Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the days before the counting of years, when the world was young and the light of the two trees still illuminated the blessed realm, there dwelt in Valinor a spirit of fire and wisdom known among the Maiar as Olórin. He was not yet the grey wanderer that Middle-earth would come to know, not yet the keeper of the secret fire who would walk among mortals bearing staff and sword. In those ancient days, he was something altogether different, a student of mysteries, a seeker of knowledge, and a wanderer even then, though his wanderings took him through gardens of eternal spring rather than the perilous roads of a darkening world. The Undying lands were a realm of such beauty that mortal words could scarcely capture their splendor. Mountains rose like silver crowns against skies of deepest azure, their peaks wreathed in clouds that shimmered with colors no earthly rainbow had ever known. Rivers of crystal clarity sang as they flowed, their waters carrying the light of the trees themselves, so that to drink from them was to taste starlight and moonbeam mingled. The very air seemed alive with music, for the Valar had made this realm as a reflection of the great music that had shaped all creation, and every stone, every leaf, every breath of wind carried within it an echo of that primal song. Here, in the gardens of Lórien, where dreams took shape beneath boughs heavy with silver flowers, Olórin spent much of his time. He was a student of Urmo, the master of visions and desires, learning to read the patterns that dreams wove through the minds of the children of Ilúvatar. But unlike many of his brethren among the Maiar, who were content to remain in the service of their chosen Valar, mastering a single art or craft, Olórin possessed a restless curiosity that drew him ever onward, always seeking, always questioning, always yearning to understand the deeper mysteries that lay beneath the surface of all things. In appearance, he was fair to look upon, though he wore his beauty lightly, as one might wear a comfortable cloak. His form shimmered between states, sometimes appearing as a venerable figure wrapped in robes of silver grey, at other times as a youth with eyes bright as stars and hair like wisps of smoke from a gentle fire. This shifting nature troubled some of the other Maiar, who had long since settled into fixed forms and fixed purposes, but it delighted Nienna, the Lady of Mercy, who had also taken Olórin under her tutelage. It was from Nienna that he learned the greatest of his lessons, though they were not lessons easily mastered or quickly forgotten. In her halls, where tears were not signs of weakness, but of profound understanding, where sorrow was honored as the price of compassion, Olórin came to comprehend the nature of pity. Not the pity that looks down from heights of power upon those below, but the pity that kneels in the dust beside the suffering and says, "I understand, I am with you, you are not alone." On one particular day, if day it could be called in a realm where time flowed differently than in the mortal lands, Olórin walked in the gardens of Urmo, pondering a dream he had witnessed. It had been the dream of one of the Eldar, newly awakened by the waters of Cuiviénen in the far east of Middle-earth. In this dream, the elf had seen a great darkness rising, a shadow that devoured light and turned beauty to ash. The vision had been so vivid, so terrible in its clarity, that even Olórin, who had studied countless dreams, found himself shaken by its intensity. He wandered beneath trees whose leaves sang softly in a breeze that never grew cold, past pools where golden fish swam in waters clear as glass, until he came to a place where the garden met the sea. Here, at the edge of the world, where the waters of the outer sea stretched away toward mysteries even the Valar did not fully comprehend, he often came to think and to wonder. The waves rolled in with gentle persistence, each one carrying upon its crest 1,000 tiny lights, as if the stars themselves had learned to dance upon the water. Olórin stood at the shore and watched them come and go, considering the dream and what it might portend. He knew, as all in Valinor knew, that Melkor had been cast out, that the great rebel now lurked somewhere in the darkness beyond the circles of the world. But this dream suggested something more immediate, a threat that was even now taking shape in the lands where the children of Ilúvatar had awakened. He was so deep in thought that he did not notice the approach of another until a voice, vast and gentle as the rolling tide, spoke beside him. Ulmo, Lord of Waters, had risen from his domain, taking a form that could walk upon the shore, and he regarded the young Maya with eyes that held depths beyond fathoming. "You are troubled, Olórin." The voice was like the sound of waves breaking on distant shores, carrying within it echoes of all the oceans of the world. Olórin bowed, not out of civility, but out of respect for one whose wisdom and power far exceeded his own. "I have seen a dream," he replied, "and in it I glimpsed a darkness that seeks to cover all the world. I fear for the elves, for they have only just awakened. They are as children, innocent and unaware of the dangers that gather in the shadows." Ulmo was silent for a long moment, his gaze turning toward the east, toward the lands that lay beyond the sea. When he spoke again, his words carried a weight of prophecy. "The darkness you have seen is real, and it will grow before it diminishes. Melkor, whom we now call Morgoth, has returned to Middle-earth, and he builds his power anew. The elves will indeed face great peril, and many sorrows lie ahead for them and for all the children of Ilúvatar." "Then we must act," Olórin said, a sudden fire kindling in his eyes. "We must warn them, protect them, drive back the shadow before it can spread." But Ulmo shook his great head, and his expression was sorrowful. "That is not the way of the Valar, as you well know. We are guardians, not masters. We may guide, but we must not dominate. The children must find their own path, make their own choices, even if those choices lead them into darkness. This is the gift of Ilúvatar, the freedom to choose, and it is not ours to take away." Olórin felt frustration rise within him, a burning impatience with rules and strictures that seemed to value principle over protection. But even then, young as he was in the ways of wisdom, he understood that Ulmo spoke truth. He had heard the music, had witnessed the great theme that Ilúvatar had woven, and he knew that free will was woven into the very fabric of creation. To strip it away, even with the best of intentions, would be to unmake what the One had made. Yet still, he asked, his voice quiet now, must we do nothing? Must we simply watch as the darkness spreads and the innocent suffer? Ulmo's expression softened, and something like approval gleamed in those ancient eyes. "That you ask these questions shows the depth of your compassion, young one. No, we need not do nothing, but what we do must be done with wisdom and restraint. The time will come when aid may be given, when counsel may be offered, but it must be given freely, and it must be received freely. This is the balance we must maintain." The Lord of Waters paused, then added, almost as if speaking to himself, "And there may come a time when you yourself will be called to walk in Middle-earth, to offer that aid and counsel. But that time is not yet. For now, you must learn, must grow in understanding, must prepare yourself for the tasks that may lie ahead." With those words, Ulmo turned and walked back into the sea, his form dissolving into foam and spray until nothing remained but the eternal rhythm of the waves. Olórin stood alone once more, watching the lights dance upon the water, pondering all that had been said. He remained there long, as time was measured in Valinor, turning over in his mind the implications of Ulmo's words. The idea that he might one day walk in Middle-earth both thrilled and frightened him. He had heard tales of that land from those Maiar who had gone there with the Valar in the early days, shaping mountains and carving rivers, teaching the elves the arts of stone and star. The seasons turned in Valinor, though they were seasons unlike those known in mortal lands, where winter brought death and spring rebirth. Here, all times were fair, each bringing its own particular beauty, its own shade of wonder. Yet even in paradise, change came, and with change came new understanding. Olórin had taken to wandering farther afield, no longer content to remain solely in the gardens of Lórien or the halls of Nienna. He walked through the woods of Orome, where great beasts roamed free, and the hunter-lord taught him the ways of the wild. He climbed the slopes of Taniketl, the mountain of Manwë, though he dared not ascend to the very peak where the Elder King held court with Varda, the Starkindler. He visited the forges of Aule, watching the smith of the Valar and his many Maiar servants as they crafted wonders of metal and stone. It was in Auli's halls that he first encountered Kurumo, a Maiar who would, in ages yet to come, be known by another name entirely. Kurumo was already ancient in power and knowledge, a master of devices and mechanisms, one who understood the secrets of matter and could bend it to his will with a skill that rivaled even some of the Valar themselves. Where Olórin appeared as mist and shadow, ever-changing and elusive, Kurumo had chosen a form of crystalline clarity, sharp-featured and proud, with eyes that seemed to pierce through illusion to the underlying truth of all things. The two could not have been more different in temperament and approach. Kurumo valued order, structure, and the power that came from understanding the fundamental laws that governed creation. He spoke often of mastery, of the need to impose form upon chaos, to bring all things under the benevolent rule of reason and wisdom. His works were marvels of precision, devices that moved with clockwork perfection, achieving their purposes with mechanical certainty. Olórin, by contrast, had learned from Nienna that the greatest wisdom often lay not in control but in surrender, not in imposing one's will, but in understanding when to step back and let events unfold according to their own nature. He valued flexibility over rigidity, intuition over calculation, the organic over the mechanical. Where Kurumo sought to master, Olórin sought to comprehend. On one occasion, as they walked together through the halls where the Maiar of Auli labored at their endless tasks of creation and refinement, Kurumo turned to Olórin with a question that seemed casual but carried deeper currents beneath its surface. "Tell me, Olórin, what do you make of the elves? These children that Ilúvatar has brought into being without consulting the Valar, placing them in a world still marred by Melkor's discord?" Olórin considered the question carefully, sensing the weight behind it. "I think them fair beyond measure," he replied at last, "and I think them fragile, as all living things must be. They can be hurt, can suffer, can even fade if their spirits are broken. Yet in that fragility lies their beauty, for they choose goodness knowing the cost, choose courage despite their fear." Kurumo made a sound that might have been agreement or dissent. Fragile, yes. Too fragile, perhaps, to survive what is coming. You have seen the dreams, as I have. You know that Morgoth built his power in the north. The elves will need protection, guidance, governance. They will need those with wisdom and power to lead them, to show them the way through the darkness that gathers. There was something in Kurumo's tone that troubled Olórin, a certainty that seemed to allow no room for question or doubt. "And who would provide this guidance?" he asked softly. "Who would govern them? Those who possess the wisdom to do so?" Kurumo replied, his voice ringing with conviction. "The Valar, certainly, if they would but act. And failing that, perhaps others who understand what must be done. Order must be maintained, Olórin. Chaos must be held at bay. This is not cruelty, but kindness. Not domination, but protection." Olórin thought of Nienna's teachings, of the lessons he had learned in her halls of sorrow. He thought of the tears she had shed for Melkor when he first turned to darkness. Tears not of weakness, but of profound understanding. She had known, even then, that the desire to control, to impose one's will upon others for their own good, was the first step down a perilous path. "Perhaps," he said carefully, "the greatest protection we can offer is to trust in the children's own strength, their own wisdom. They were made by Ilúvatar himself, fashioned according to his design. Surely there is in them a resilience, a capacity for growth that we might not fully understand." Kurumo's expression grew cool, his eyes glittering like ice in starlight. "That is sentiment speaking, not wisdom. I had thought you more practical, Olórin. The world is not a garden where all things grow naturally toward the light. It is a forge, and those who would survive must be shaped, must be tempered, must be made strong through discipline and guidance." They parted soon after, each troubled by the other's words, each seeing in the other's philosophy a reflection of something they could not accept. Olórin walked alone through the twilight of Valinor, beneath trees whose leaves whispered secrets in languages older than thought, and he wondered at the gulf that separated him from one who should have been a brother in service to the same great purpose. He sought out Nienna, finding her as always in her halls where the light was soft and shadows held no menace. She sat beside a pool of still water, gazing into its depths, and though she did not turn when he approached, he knew she was aware of his presence. "I am troubled, lady," he said, kneeling beside her. "I have spoken with Kurumo, and his words disturb me. He speaks of order and governance, of shaping the children to withstand what is to come. Yet in his words, I hear echoes of something darker, a desire for control that seems at odds with the freedom Ilúvatar granted to his creations." Nienna turned to him then, and her eyes were wells of infinite compassion. "You have discerned truly," she said, her voice like the sound of distant rain. "Kurumo is great in wisdom and power, but he has allowed pride to take root in his spirit. He believes that he knows better than the children what is good for them, and from such belief, great harm may come." She gestured to the pool, and Olórin looked into its depths. There he saw visions forming, scenes from a future that had not yet come to pass. He saw towers rising, armies marching, great powers wielded by those who claim to act for the good of all. And in each vision, he saw the face of Kurumo, older now and changed, wrapped in robes of white that seemed to glow with their own radiance, yet somehow dimmed, as if a light within had begun to fail. "What you see is one possible path," Nienna said softly. "The future is not fixed, not determined, but Kurumo walks close to a precipice, and unless he learns humility, unless he comes to understand that wisdom without compassion is merely cleverness, he may fall." "Can nothing be done?" Olórin asked, his heart heavy with the weight of what he had witnessed. "Can he not be warned, turned aside from this path? He must find his own way, as all must. But you, Olórin, you have learned what he has not. You understand that true strength lies not in domination, but in service, not in control, but in sacrifice. Remember this lesson, for the time may come when you will need it desperately." Olórin bowed his head, accepting her wisdom even as he grieved for what might come. He rose and left her halls, walking out into the golden light of Valinor, and as he walked, he made a silent vow. Whatever path lay ahead of him, whatever tasks he might be called upon to perform, he would never forget the lesson of humility. He would never allow pride to blind him to the worth and dignity of others, never assume that his wisdom was greater than their freedom. The years flowed onward in Valinor like a great river, unmarked by the decay and death that plagued the mortal lands, yet not without their own measure of change and growth. Olórin continued his studies, drinking deep from the wells of wisdom that the Valar offered to those who sought with sincere hearts. But of all his teachers, it was perhaps Manwë himself, the Elder King, who would shape him most profoundly in ways both subtle and profound. It came to pass that Manwë summoned Olórin to the heights of Tanicatil, that mountain of mountains whose peak pierced the very sky and touched the realm of stars. The summons came not through word or messenger, but as a knowing that settled upon Olórin's spirit like morning dew upon grass. He simply understood that he was called, and he went. The ascent was long, though not arduous for one of the Maiar. The path wound upward, through regions of ever-increasing clarity, where the air grew so pure and thin that mortal lungs could not have drawn breath. Here the light of the trees shone with particular brilliance, reflected and magnified by snow that never melted, and ice that had lain unchanged since the world's beginning. Eagles soared in the heights, their keen eyes watching all that transpired in the lands below, servants of Manwë who carried news and counsel between earth and heaven. As Olórin climbed higher, the very nature of reality seemed to shift around him. The solid stone beneath his feet became less certain, more transparent, as if he walked upon crystallized thought rather than mere rock. He could see through the mountain's substance to the roots that delved deep into the earth, could perceive the veins of power that ran through all creation like threads in a vast tapestry. It was dizzying and exhilarating in equal measure, this glimpse into the underlying structure of Arda. At last, he reached the summit, where Manwë and Vardar held their thrones beneath the stars. The Elder King sat in simple majesty, his form both humble and terrible to behold, like a strong wind given shape and substance. Beside him, Vardar the Starkindler shone with a light that seemed to come from within, as if she carried in her very being the essence of all the stars she had fashioned and set in their courses. "Welcome, Olórin," Manwë spoke, and his voice was like wind across high peaks, carrying within it both gentleness and unstoppable power. "You have been much in our thoughts of late, for we have watched your wanderings and marked your questions. Tell me, what is it that you seek in all your studying and searching?" Olórin considered the question with care, for he knew that the Elder King asked nothing without purpose. "Understanding," he replied at last. "I seek to understand the nature of things, the patterns that lie beneath the surface of events. I seek to comprehend why Ilúvatar made the world as he did, why he allowed discord to enter the music, why suffering and sorrow must exist alongside joy and beauty." Manwë's expression grew solemn, and something like approval flickered in his eyes. These are worthy questions, though the answers to them are not easily grasped. Even we, the Valar, do not fully comprehend all the designs of Ilúvatar, but I will share with you what understanding has been granted to me through long ages of service and contemplation. The Elder King rose from his throne and gestured for Olórin to follow him to the very edge of the summit, where they could look out across all of Valinor and beyond, to where Middle-earth lay shrouded in distance and mystery. From this height, the whole world seemed small and fragile, a jewel suspended in the vast darkness of the void. "Do you know why the One allowed Melkor to introduce discord into the music?" Manwë asked, his gaze fixed upon the far horizon. Olórin shook his head, though he had pondered this question countless times in the quiet of his own thoughts. "It was not weakness or oversight," Manwë continued. "Ilúvatar knew what Melkor would do, knew the themes of rebellion and domination that he would weave into the great symphony. Yet he allowed it, and more than that, he showed how even that discord could be turned to serve a greater purpose. From Melkor's attempts to exalt himself came deeper harmonies, richer variations, beauty that could not have existed without the contrast of shadow. But at what cost?" Olórin asked, the words escaping before he could restrain them. "Forgive me, Lord, but I have seen the dreams of the elves, witnessed their fears of the darkness that even now gathers in Middle-earth. How many will suffer? How many will be broken by the evil that Melkor has unleashed?" Manwë turned to him, and in the Elder King's eyes, Olórin saw depths of sorrow that rivaled even Nienna's grief. "Many will suffer," he said quietly. "Many will be broken. This is the great tragedy of the discord, the price that must be paid for the freedom that Ilúvatar granted to all his children, both great and small. For if we stripped away the possibility of choosing evil, we would also strip away the possibility of choosing good. And a goodness that is compelled, that has no choice in its expression, is no goodness at all." "Then what can we do?" Olórin cried, his heart aching with the weight of understanding. "How can we stand by and watch as innocents suffer?" "We do not merely stand by," Manwë replied, his voice firm but kind. "We offer aid where we can, counsel where it is sought, comfort where it is needed. But we must not rob the children of their agency, their right to shape their own destinies. This is the balance we must maintain." Difficult though it may be, the Elder King placed a hand upon Olórin's shoulder, and in that touch, the younger Maya felt a transfer of understanding that went beyond words. He saw in a flash of insight the terrible burden that Manwë carried, the weight of watching over all the world while being constrained by the very laws he had helped to establish. He understood the anguish of possessing the power to intervene, but the wisdom to know when such intervention would do more harm than good. "I see now," Olórin said softly, "why Ulmo spoke to me of a time when I might be called to walk in Middle-earth. You are preparing me for something, are you not?" Manwë's expression was grave. "The time of testing approaches," he said. "Morgoth grows strong in the north, and the elves will soon face trials that will determine the course of ages to come. The Valar have debated long whether to intervene directly, and opinion is divided. Some believe we should march against Morgoth immediately, cast him down before his power reaches its full height. Others counsel patience, arguing that the children must be allowed to face this challenge on their own, to grow strong through adversity." "And what is your counsel, Lord?" Olórin asked. Manwë sighed, a sound like wind through empty halls. "I believe that direct intervention now would be premature. The elves have barely awakened. They have not yet had time to discover their own strength, to learn the lessons that only struggle can teach. But neither can we abandon them entirely. There must be a middle way, a path between domination and desertion." He turned back to Olórin, his eyes holding a light that seemed to pierce to the very core of the Maya's being. "That is why you are here, why I have called you to this height. You have learned compassion from Nienna, wisdom from Urmo, patience from the study of dreams. You understand that true power lies not in control but in service. The time may come, sooner than you think, when such understanding will be desperately needed. Olórin felt the weight of destiny settling upon him like a mantle, both heavy and strangely light. What would you have me do? For now, continue your learning. Walk in all the realms of Valinor. Study with all who will teach you. Learn the songs of the elves when they arrive in the west, for music will be a tool of great power in the struggles to come. Practice the arts of persuasion and rhetoric, for you will need to turn hearts without commanding them. And most importantly, learn to walk among others not as a superior being, but as a companion, a friend, one who shares their burdens rather than bearing them away. The words resonated in Olórin's spirit, like the ringing of a great bell, clear and pure and undeniable. He bowed deeply before the elder king, accepting the path that was being laid before him, though he could not yet see where it would lead. "I will do as you counsel," he said. "I will prepare myself as best I can for whatever service may be asked of me." Vada spoke then for the first time, her voice like the singing of stars in the void. "Remember, Olórin, that the greatest victories are often won not by might of arms, but by the kindling of hope in hearts that have grown dark with despair. Learn to be a bearer of light, not in the sense of power that dazzles and blinds, but of warmth that comforts and illuminates." Olórin descended from the heights of Tanicatil with his spirit both troubled and exalted. The burden of future purpose weighed upon him, yet there was also a strange lightness in his heart, as if the very acknowledgement of his eventual calling had freed him to embrace the present moment more fully. He walked through the twilight realm of Valinor, no longer merely a student wandering aimlessly, but a spirit with direction, even if that direction remained shrouded in the mists of time yet to come. His path led him to the shores of the Bay of Eldamar, where the Teleri, the third kindred of the elves, had made their home after their long journey from Middle-earth. Here, beside waters of impossible beauty where swan ships glided like dreams upon liquid silver, the sea elves sang their songs and practiced their crafts. They were a people touched by the longing for the sea, forever drawn to the sound of waves and the call of gulls, and in their music could be heard echoes of all the waters of the world. Olórin had come here often in times past, drawn by the beauty of their songs and the depth of emotion they carried. But now, remembering Manwë's counsel to learn the music of the elves, he came with new purpose. He sought out Elwë, later called Thingol, who in those days still dwelt among his kindred before his fate would call him back to Middle-earth and into the arms of Melian. The elf lord was tall and noble, his hair like starlight on deep water, his eyes holding the wisdom of one who had seen the light of the trees from their first kindling. He stood upon a white shore, gazing out across the bay, and though Olórin approached silently, Elwë turned as if he had always known the Mire was coming. Olórin of the Mire, the elf lord greeted him with grave courtesy. "What brings one of the Blessed Ones to walk among the Eldar this day?" "I come to learn," Olórin replied simply. "Lord Manwë has counselled me to study the songs of your people, for in them lies a power I have not yet fully understood. Will you teach me, if I am worthy of such instruction?" Elwë regarded him thoughtfully, his ancient eyes seeming to look through Olórin's form to the spirit that dwelt within. "It is not often that one of the Ainur seeks teaching from the children," he said at last. "Most of your kind believe they have little to learn from those younger and less powerful than themselves. That you ask with humility speaks well of you. Come, walk with me, and I will share what understanding has been granted to my people." They walked together along the shore, their feet leaving no marks upon the white sand, and Elwë began to speak of music not as the Ainur understood it, as a force of creation that shaped the very substance of the world, but as something more intimate and personal. He spoke of songs as vessels for memory and emotion, as bridges between hearts, as lights kindled in darkness not to illuminate, but to give courage to those who must walk through shadow. "When we sing," Elwë said, "we do not seek to command or compel. We sing to remember, to honor, to preserve what is precious against the erosion of time. Each song is a gift given freely, and its power lies not in the skill of the singer, but in the truth of what is sung. A simple melody hummed by a mother to her child holds more genuine magic than the greatest symphony, if it is sung with love." Olórin listened intently, absorbing not just the words but the wisdom beneath them. He began to understand that the music of the elves was fundamentally different from the music of the Ainur. Where the Ainur had sung to create, the elves sang to sustain, to connect, to heal. It was a music of relationship rather than dominion, of communion rather than construction. "Teach me one of your songs," he asked. "Not the great lays or mighty ballads, but something simple, something that speaks to the heart of what it means to be alive in Arda." Elwë smiled, and his face held a beauty that made even the lights of Valinor seem dim by comparison. "There is a song we sing in the evening, when the stars first appear. It is not ancient or profound, merely a greeting to the darkness and a welcoming of the night. Yet in it, I think you will find what you seek." And there, upon the shores of Eldamar, as the light of the trees began to wane and the first stars emerged in the dome of heaven, Elwë taught Olórin the Song of Evening. It was indeed a simple melody, its words speaking of the beauty of twilight, of the comfort found in stars that watched over sleepers, of the promise that dawn would always return. Yet in its simplicity lay a profound truth about the nature of hope and endurance. Olórin learned the song with ease, for memory and music were native to his being. But he also learned something more valuable, something that could not be taught through mere instruction. He learned to sing not as a Maya displaying power, but as a voice joining other voices, adding his thread to a greater tapestry rather than dominating the pattern with his own design. As the lesson concluded and the full dark of night descended, though night in Valinor was never truly dark but filled with the light of countless stars, Elwë spoke again. "There is something else you should know, Olórin, something that few of the Ainur seem to understand. We elves are immortal in the sense that we do not age or sicken, but we can still know loss, can still experience grief that cuts to the very core of our being. When one we love passes beyond our sight, when beauty is marred or destroyed, we feel it as keenly as any mortal feels the approach of death. Perhaps more keenly, for we know that our sorrow may endure for ages of the world." "Why do you tell me this?" Olórin asked, though he sensed already the direction of the Elf Lord's thoughts. "Because if you are to help my people, if you are to offer counsel in dark times, you must understand that we are not lesser beings simply because we came later to the song. Our suffering is real, our fears are justified, our need for hope is desperate and immediate. Do not treat us as children to be guided and protected, but as companions who walk a perilous road and need a friend beside them, rather than a guardian watching from above." The words struck deep into Olórin's heart, resonating with all that he had learned from Nienna and Manwë. Here was the same truth expressed from a different angle, the understanding that genuine help came not from superiority, but from solidarity, not from power exercised over others, but from strength shared with them. "I will remember," he said solemnly. "I swear to you, Elwë of the Teleri, that if ever I am called to walk among your people, I will come as a companion and friend, never as a master or lord." Elwë clasped his arm, and in that gesture was sealed a bond that would endure through all the ages of the world, though both of them would change beyond recognition before it was fulfilled. "Then you are worthy of the teaching you seek," the Elf Lord said. "Come to us often, learn all that we can teach you, and perhaps in return, you will teach us something of the wisdom of the Blessed Realm." In the days and years that followed, for time in Valinor flowed strangely and could not be measured as mortal time was measured, Olórin became a familiar figure among the elves of Eldamar. He learned their songs and their stories, their joys and their sorrows. He walked among them not as one of the Ainur, but as Olórin the Grey, for he had taken to wearing robes of simple grey cloth, eschewing the radiance and splendour that other Maiar displayed. The elves welcomed him with growing warmth, for he possessed a gift for listening that few of the Blessed Ones shared. He would sit for hours hearing tales of Middle-earth, of the awakening by Cuivianen, of the long journey westward guided by Orome. He learned of their fears and hopes, their loves and losses, and in learning, he came to care for them with a depth of affection that surprised even himself. It was during this time that he also encountered Iwendil, another of the Maiar, who served Yavanna and loved all things that grew or flew or walked upon four legs. Iwendil was wild and free in spirit, more comfortable among birds and beasts than in the courts of the Valar, and his wisdom was of a different sort than Kurumo's ordered knowledge or Olórin's contemplative understanding. It was the wisdom of the living world, of cycles and seasons, of the intricate web that connected all growing things. The two became friends, drawn together by their shared reluctance to claim mastery over others, their preference for guidance through gentle persuasion rather than commanding authority. They would walk together through the forests of Valinor, and Iwendil would teach Olórin the languages of bird and beast, the secrets of herb and tree. One day, as they wandered through a grove where ancient trees grew so tall their crowns seemed to brush the very vault of heaven, Iwendil spoke of a concern that had been growing in his heart. "The birds that fly between the worlds bring troubling news," he said, his weathered face creased with worry. "In Middle-earth, the shadow spreads further each day. Morgoth has built himself a great fortress in the north, a place of darkness and iron called Angband. From there, his servants spread across the land, tainting what is fair, destroying what is good." Olórin had heard similar reports, for the winds that Manwë commanded carried whispers of all that transpired in the world. "Have the elves who remain in Middle-earth been touched by this evil?" he asked, thinking of those kindreds who had refused the summons to Valinor, choosing instead to dwell under the stars of their awakening. "Some have fallen under his sway," Iwendil replied grimly. "Morgoth is cunning beyond measure. He comes not always as a terror, but sometimes as a benefactor, offering gifts and knowledge, promising power and prosperity. Those who accept his aid find themselves bound to him by invisible chains, their wills slowly eroded until they serve him, without even realizing they have become his slaves." This troubled Olórin deeply, for it spoke to a kind of evil more insidious than mere violence. A foe who attacked openly could be faced and fought, but one who corrupted from within, who turned good intentions into instruments of darkness, was far more dangerous. How can such deception be countered? He wondered aloud. How can one protect against an enemy who wears the face of a friend? Iwendil shook his head, his eyes distant with thought. That is the great question, is it not? Morgoth was once Melkor, mightiest of the Ainur, beautiful beyond description and wise beyond measure. Even now, when he takes form to walk abroad, he can appear as a being of light and majesty. Only those who look deeply, who see with more than eyes, can perceive the shadow that has consumed him. They walked in silence for a time, each lost in contemplation. Around them, the forest sang its eternal song, trees rustling in a breeze that spoke of peace and safety. Yet even here, in the blessed realm where evil could not come, the knowledge of what was happening beyond the sea cast a pall over their thoughts. It was Olórin who finally broke the silence. "Manwë spoke to me of a time when I might be called to walk in Middle-earth," he said. "I think that time draws nearer with each passing age. The question is not whether I will go, but what I will do when I arrive. How can I offer aid against such corruption without myself becoming corrupted? How can I wield power without falling into the trap that Kurumo seems already to be approaching?" Iwendil turned to him, and in his eyes was a wisdom that came not from books or instruction, but from long observation of the natural world. "Do you know what I have learned from the beasts and birds?" he asked. "The greatest strength often lies in appearing weak. The smallest creature can sometimes accomplish what the mightiest cannot, simply because it is overlooked, underestimated, dismissed as insignificant." Olórin considered this, his mind turning over the implications. "You suggest that I should go not in power, but in humility, not as a mighty lord, but as something lesser, more approachable." "Exactly so," Iwendil replied with enthusiasm. "Think on it, my friend. Morgoth expects opposition to come in the form of power meeting power, of great lords arraying their hosts against his own. He has prepared for such confrontations, built his fortresses, and bred his armies specifically to face such threats. But what if the opposition came from a different direction entirely? What if it came not from above, but from beside? Not through dominion, but through friendship?" The idea resonated with something deep in Olórin's spirit, aligning with all that he had learned from Nienna and Manwë, from Elwë and the elves. He saw in his mind's eye a figure not of commanding presence, but of humble mien, someone who could walk unnoticed through the world, who could sit by the fire in a simple inn and share wisdom over a cup of ale, who could befriend the small and forgotten folk that the great powers overlooked in their grand strategies. But there was danger in such an approach as well, he realized. To limit oneself, to bind one's power, and walk in a lesser form was to become truly vulnerable. The wounds that such a form might suffer would be real, the weariness genuine, the possibility of failure undeniable. It would require trust of the highest order, faith that the greater purposes of Ilúvatar would be served even if the servant himself might fall. As if reading his thoughts, Iwendil placed a hand upon his shoulder. "It will not be easy," he said gently. "To choose weakness, when you possess strength, to accept limitation when you could have freedom, to risk everything when you could remain safe here in the Blessed Realm. But I think this is the path you were meant to walk, Olórin. This is why you have learned compassion from Nienna, humility from Manwë, song from the elves. All of it has been preparation for a task that requires not the greatest power, but the greatest courage. They emerged from the forest into a meadow where flowers of every imaginable color bloomed in profusion, their fragrance filling the air with sweetness. In the distance, the peaks of the Pelori Mountains rose like silver spears against the sky, and beyond them, invisible but ever-present, lay the sea that separated the Blessed Realm from Middle-earth. Olórin stood gazing toward that unseen horizon, and for the first time, he allowed himself to truly envision the future that awaited him. He saw himself walking roads of dust and stone, felt the ache of weary feet and the weight of staff in hand. He imagined cold nights under stars that seemed dimmer than those of Valinor, hot days when thirst parched the throat and sweat stung the eyes. He foresaw rejection and misunderstanding, struggle and pain, the burden of knowledge that could not be fully shared, and power that could not be fully used. Yet, he also saw other things. He saw the light of understanding dawning in eyes that had been dark with despair. He saw courage kindled in hearts that had known only fear. He saw friendships formed across impossible divides, hope preserved against all reason, beauty discovered in the most unexpected places. And he saw, or thought he saw, the faint outline of a pattern too vast to be comprehended in its entirety, but beautiful beyond words in its complexity. "I will go," he said quietly, speaking as much to himself as to Eowendil. "When the time comes and the call is given, I will go to Middle-earth, not as a lord or a conqueror, not as one who commands and compels, but as a servant and a friend. I will walk among the children as one of them, sharing their burdens, offering what aid I can, trusting that even my small efforts might serve the greater design." Eowendil smiled, a rare expression of joy lighting his usually solemn features. "Then you have learned the most important lesson," he said. "You have learned that true wisdom lies not in accumulating power, but in choosing when to set it aside. When the time comes, I believe I too will be called to make such a journey, and I hope that in that distant day, we might walk together as friends, each in our own way serving the cause of light against the encroaching darkness." They clasped hands then, these two Maiar who had chosen a path different from most of their kind, and in that moment a bond was forged that would endure through all the trials and sorrows of the ages to come. They did not know then all that would befall them, could not foresee the full weight of the burden they would be asked to bear, but they knew enough to understand that the choice they were making was irrevocable, and they made it freely, with full knowledge of the cost. As they turned to make their way back through the forests of Valinor, Olórin felt a change taking place within himself. It was subtle, like the first stirring of wind before a storm, but unmistakable. The Maiar who had wandered Valinor in search of wisdom was beginning to transform into something new, something that was neither fully Ainur nor yet the form he would eventually take. He was becoming a bridge between the Blessed Realm and Middle-earth, between the timeless and the temporal, between power that commanded and service that companioned. In the gardens of Lórien that evening, Olórin sought out his first teacher, Urmo, the master of dreams and visions. The Vala received him in his usual place, beside a pool whose waters reflected not the present, but possibilities, futures that might be. "You have made your choice," Urmo observed, his voice like the sound of sleep coming to weary minds. "I see it in the set of your spirit, the direction of your will. You have chosen the harder path." Olórin nodded. "I have. But I would ask one more teaching before I continue my preparation. Show me, if you can, what I might become, not with certainty, for I know the future is not fixed, but the shape I might take, the role I might play." Urmo regarded him with eyes that held depths beyond measuring, eyes that had witnessed all the dreams of all the sleepers since the world's beginning. "What you ask is no small thing," he said softly. "To see one's own future, even in glimpses and possibilities, is to bear a burden of knowledge that can crush the spirit. Are you certain you wish this?" "I am certain," Olórin replied, though his heart trembled at the prospect. "If I am to prepare myself properly, I must understand what I am preparing for. Show me, Lord, and I will bear whatever weight comes with the seeing." Irmo nodded slowly, then gestured to the pool beside which they stood. "Look then, and behold what might be. But remember always that the future is not a road already laid, but a path that forms beneath your feet with each choice you make. What you see may come to pass, or it may not. Much depends on decisions yet unmade, on actions yet undertaken." Olórin leaned over the pool, and the waters that had been still and clear suddenly rippled and swirled. Images began to form in their depths, visions of times and places that did not yet exist, but carried the weight of potential reality. He saw himself, or rather, a version of himself, so changed as to be almost unrecognizable, yet unmistakably the same essential spirit beneath an unfamiliar form. The figure in the water was old, or appeared old, with a long beard white as fresh snow, and a face deeply lined with care and wisdom. He wore robes of grey, travel-stained and worn, and leaned upon a staff of gnarled wood. Upon his head sat a pointed hat that had seen better days, and at his belt hung a sword whose significance Olórin could not yet fathom. But it was the eyes that struck him most forcefully, for they held a light that was both ancient and youthful, weary yet filled with an inextinguishable hope. "This is what you may become," Irmo's voice echoed, as if from a great distance. "A wanderer walking roads that never end, bearing a burden that cannot be set down, offering hope to those who have forgotten its name. You will be called by many names, some given in love, others in fear or mockery. But the essence of who you are will remain constant through all transformations." The vision shifted, and Olórin saw the figure walking through a land he did not recognize, though something in its rolling hills and peaceful aspect spoke of home and comfort. Small folk dwelt there, people even smaller than the elves, with furry feet and round faces filled with simple contentment. The grey-robed wanderer moved among them like a beloved grandfather, bringing news from afar, lighting pipes and telling stories that made them laugh or gasp with wonder. "You will learn to love these small ones," Irmo said. "They will be called hobbits in the tongue of that time, and though they possess no great power and aspire to no grand destiny, they will prove crucial to the defeat of the very darkness you now fear. Through them, you will learn that the smallest person can change the course of the future, that the meek and mild may accomplish what warriors and wizards cannot." The scene changed again, and now Olórin saw the figure standing before a great door of stone, his staff raised high as he spoke words of power. Behind him stood a company of diverse folk, elves and men, a dwarf with a magnificent beard, and 4 of the small hobbits. They were beset by enemies, shadow creatures that hungered for their lives, and the grey wanderer stood as a barrier between the darkness and those he protected. "You will know the weight of responsibility," Irmo continued. "You will stand between those you love and the destruction that seeks them, and there will be times when you must make choices that tear at your very soul, when saving some will mean abandoning others, when victory will taste of ashes in your mouth." The vision grew darker, and Olórin saw the figure descending into depths of shadow and flame. A creature of ancient terror awaited there, a being of fire and darkness that had once been Maya like himself, but had been corrupted into something monstrous. The two faced each other across a narrow bridge of stone, and in that confrontation, Olórin saw reflected all the struggle between light and shadow, between service and domination, between sacrifice and self-aggrandizement. "You will face that which you might have become," Irmo said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "You will look into the abyss and see a version of yourself that chose differently, that took the path of power instead of the path of service. And in that moment, you will have to choose again whether the sacrifice you have made was worth the cost." The battle was terrible to behold, not because of its violence, though that was great enough, but because of its inevitability. The Grey Wanderer fought not with joy or triumph, but with grim necessity, knowing that this confrontation had been written into the fabric of fate from the moment he had chosen his path. And when the end came, when both figures fell into darkness together, Olórin felt a pain in his spirit that transcended any physical suffering. "You will die," Irmo said simply. "Or rather, the form you wear will perish, and you will be sent back beyond the circles of the world, naked and alone, to await what comes after. This is the price of walking in flesh, of binding yourself to mortality while remaining immortal, in essence. You will know the fear of death, the pain of ending, the sorrow of separation from all you have come to love. But the vision did not end with darkness. Instead, light began to grow, a light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, and Olórin saw the figure rising again, transformed and renewed. The grey robes were gone, replaced by white that shone like snow in sunlight. The bent form had straightened, the weary face now radiant with power barely contained. Yet something fundamental had not changed: the essential compassion, the abiding care for others, the willingness to serve rather than command. "You will return," Urmo said, and his voice carried a note of wonder. "Sent back by one whose authority exceeds even that of the Valar, given a second chance to complete the task you began, but you will return changed, bearing a greater portion of your true power, walking closer to the edge of what is permitted for one of the Astari. And with that greater power will come greater temptation, greater risk, greater responsibility." The scenes continued to unfold, each one a glimpse of trials and triumphs yet to come. Olórin saw himself standing before kings and counseling humility, walking among common folk, and finding in them uncommon courage, facing down powers that dwarfed his own strength, and prevailing not through might, but through wisdom and sacrifice. He saw friendships formed and broken, hopes raised and dashed, victories snatched from the very jaws of defeat. And through it all, he saw the constant thread of purpose that connected each moment to the next. The figure in white robes never lost sight of what truly mattered, never allowed power to corrupt his mission, never forgot that he served something greater than himself. Even when others bowed before him, he reminded them gently that he was servant, not master, guide, not ruler, friend, not lord. One final vision appeared, and this one struck Olórin with particular force. He saw the figure standing at a grey shore, watching as ships prepared to sail westward, back to the Blessed Realm. Around him stood those he had guided and protected, weeping to see him go, but understanding that his task was complete. And on the face of the wanderer, there was both sorrow at leaving and joy at returning, grief for what was ending and hope for what lay beyond. "Your journey will be long," Urmo said as the visions began to fade, and the waters of the pool grew still once more, long and hard and filled with sorrows that would break lesser spirits. "But it will also be rich with meaning, purpose, and love. You will touch countless lives, kindle hope in hearts that have forgotten how to dream, stand firm when all others falter, and in the end, you will return here, to Valinor, bearing the weight of ages but also the satisfaction of service well rendered." Olórin stepped back from the pool, his mind reeling with all he had witnessed. The visions had shown him both the glory and the agony of the path he was choosing, the heights he might reach and the depths to which he might fall. It would have been easy, so easy, to turn aside from such a destiny, to remain in Valinor where peace and beauty reigned eternal, where pain was but a distant concept and death held no dominion. Yet, even as the thought formed, he knew he could not choose that easier path. The visions had shown him not just what he would endure, but why it mattered. Not just the cost, but the purpose behind the sacrifice. Those small folk, the hobbits, deserved someone to guide them. The elves facing the darkness needed counsel and aid. The free peoples of Middle-earth required a champion who would fight not for glory or power, but for their very right to choose their own destinies. "I accept," he said quietly, his voice steady despite the trembling of his spirit. "Whatever comes, whatever I must face and endure, I accept this path. I will become what I must become, bear what I must bear, sacrifice what I must sacrifice. Only grant me the strength to remain true to myself through all transformations, to never lose sight of the purpose that guides me." Urmo placed a hand upon Olórin's shoulder, and in that touch was conveyed a blessing that went beyond words. "You have the strength within you already," he said. "All that has been, and all that will be, is preparation for the moment when you must stand alone and choose. Trust in what you have learned, in the compassion Nienna has taught you, in the wisdom Manwë has shared, in the songs the elves have given you. These will be your true staff and shield in the darkness to come." From that day forward, Olórin's preparations took on new urgency and direction. He no longer wandered aimlessly through the gardens of Valinor, but moved with purpose from teacher to teacher, from experience to experience, gathering the knowledge and skills he would need for the trials ahead. Yet he did so without haste, for he understood that true wisdom could not be rushed, that some lessons required time to sink into the depths of one's being. He sought out Auli the smith, asking to learn not the grand arts of creation that Kurumo had mastered, but the simpler crafts that common folk might practice. He learned to work wood and stone with his hands, to feel the grain and texture of materials, to understand how patience and care could transform raw matter into useful tools. The smith watched him with approval, for Aule valued those who sought to create not for glory, but for service. In the forges beneath the mountains of Valinor, amid the ring of hammers and the glow of furnaces that burned with inner light, Olórin crafted his first staff. It was a simple thing, carved from a branch of oak that had grown in the forests of Orome, shaped by hands that were learning the joy of making. The staff was neither perfectly straight nor ornately decorated, but it felt right in his grasp, balanced and true. "This will serve you well," Orlé said, examining the work with a craftsman's eye. "It is honest work, made with care and purpose. Remember this feeling, Olórin, when you walk in distant lands. Remember that the humblest tool, crafted with love and intention, carries more worth than the grandest artifact made for pride's sake alone." Olórin also spent time with Tulkas the Strong, though not to learn the arts of war as some might have expected. Instead, he asked the great wrestler to teach him about courage, about facing fear without being overcome by it, about finding strength not in the absence of doubt, but in choosing to act despite it. Tulkas, who laughed in the face of danger and found joy in every challenge, was at first perplexed by this strange request. "Courage is not something that can be taught like a skill or craft," he said, scratching his golden beard in puzzlement. "It is something that arises in the moment of testing, when all other options have fallen away and only action remains." But Olórin pressed him, and eventually Tulkas began to share stories of the great battles he had fought, the times when even his mighty strength had seemed insufficient, when fear had whispered in his heart that defeat was certain. And in each tale, there came a moment when Tulkas had made a choice to continue despite the fear, to laugh in defiance of despair, to trust that his cause was just even when victory seemed impossible. "That is what you must remember," Tulkas said at last, his voice uncharacteristically serious. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward when every instinct screams to run away. When your time comes, when you face darkness in whatever form it takes, do not wait for the fear to pass. Act in spite of it, and you will find that courage grows with each step forward." The ages rolled on, measured not in years as mortals counted them, but in the slow turning of great cycles, the shifting of lights and seasons in the Blessed Realm. News continued to arrive from Middle-earth, carried by winds and waters, by the far-seeing birds and the dreams of those who slept. The tidings grew ever darker, speaking of Morgoth's increasing power, of the suffering of elves, and the corruption of lands that had once been fair. Olórin heard these reports with growing concern, yet he knew the time for his departure had not yet come. There was still more to learn, still more preparation to undertake, and there were others in Valinor whose wisdom he needed to seek, whose teachings would prove crucial in the trials ahead. He came to the halls of Veri the Weaver, wife of Mandos, who wove the tapestries of history upon looms that spanned from floor to ceiling. She did not often receive visitors, for her work was sacred and required deep concentration, but she made an exception for Olórin, sensing in him a thread that would run through many of the patterns she wove. The halls were vast and quiet, filled with the soft whisper of shuttles moving through warps and wefts, creating images of all that had been and hints of what might be. Tapestries hung on every wall, depicting the history of Arda from its first forming in the music to the present day. Olórin walked among them in wonder, seeing the great events of the world laid out in thread and colour, the rise and fall of kingdoms, the deeds of heroes, and the schemes of villains. Vere worked at her loom with steady, practiced movements, her fingers flying faster than eye could follow. She did not look up as Olórin approached, but she spoke, her voice like the sound of thread sliding through fabric. "You seek to understand the pattern," she said. "You wish to know how your thread will weave into the greater tapestry. But that is not something I can show you, Olórin. Each thread creates the pattern as it moves, choosing its own path through the warp. I can only weave what has been, not what will be." "Then tell me of what has been," Olórin replied. Help me understand the patterns of the past so that I might better navigate the patterns of the future. And so, Vere taught him to read the tapestries, to see not just the grand movements of armies and the rise and fall of powers, but the subtle threads of individual choices that ran through them all. She showed him how a single decision by a single person could alter the entire pattern, how courage in one moment could cascade through generations, how betrayal could send ripples that touched countless lives. "Look here," she said, pointing to a section of tapestry that depicted the rebellion of Melkor. "See how his thread begins bright and beautiful, woven close to the threads of his brethren among the Ainur. But watch how it begins to pull away, creating tension in the fabric. And here, where he grasped for more than his portion, the pattern warps and twists. Had he chosen differently at any of these moments, the entire tapestry would look different. Can it be mended?" Olórin asked, studying the distorted pattern. "Can the damage he has done be repaired?" Veri was silent for a long moment, her shuttle pausing in its flight. "In a sense, yes," she said at last. "The pattern can be rewoven, though the scars will always show if one knows where to look. But mending requires new threads, strong and true, willing to weave themselves through the damaged sections, binding what has been torn, supporting what has been weakened. This is the work you will be called to do, Olórin. Not to erase what Melkor has marred, but to weave new patterns of hope and healing through the tears he has made." The vision she offered was both daunting and inspiring. Olórin saw himself not as a conqueror who would destroy the enemy, but as a healer who would help restore what had been broken, a mender who would patiently work thread by thread to create new patterns of beauty amid the ruins of the old. He spent long periods in Veri's halls after that, learning the patience required for such work, the steady persistence that could not be rushed or hurried. He learned to see connections that others missed, to understand how seemingly unrelated events were actually part of larger patterns, how the smallest thread could be crucial to the stability of the whole. It was during one of these sessions that a messenger arrived from Manwë, a great eagle whose wings spanned wider than any hall. The summons had come at last. The Valar had reached a decision about Middle-earth, and Olórin's presence was required in the Ring of Doom, where the great councils were held. His heart quickened as he made his way to that sacred place, knowing that this moment marked a turning point, the beginning of the end of his time in Valinor. The Ring of Doom stood in the midst of the city of the Valar, a great circle of stone seats where the powers gathered to make decisions that would shape the fate of the world. As Olórin approached, he saw that all the Valar were assembled, along with many of the greater Maiar, and the air was thick with tension and debate. Manwë sat in the high seat, his face grave with concern. The question before them was whether to intervene directly in Middle-earth, to march against Morgoth with all the might of Valinor and end his reign of terror once and for all. The debate had raged for long ages, with some arguing for immediate action and others counselling restraint. But now a new proposal had emerged, one that sought a middle path between direct intervention and complete abandonment. Olórin listened as Manwë outlined the plan, his heart beating faster with each word. "We cannot abandon Middle-earth to Morgoth's darkness," Manwë declared, his voice carrying the weight of storms and the gentleness of summer breezes. "The suffering of the elves, the corruption of the lands, the spread of evil that touches all living things, these cry out for our response. Yet neither can we simply impose our will upon the world, crushing all opposition beneath the might of Valinor. Such action would save the children from one tyranny, only to place them under another, however benevolent we might believe our rule to be." Tulkas, predictably, argued for direct action. His voice rumbled like distant thunder as he spoke. "Let us march forth as we did in the ancient days, when we first came to Arda and shaped it according to the designs of Ilúvatar. Morgoth is but one, however mighty, and we are many. Together, we could cast him down, break his fortresses, scatter his servants like chaff before the wind." But Ulmo raised his hand, and the sound of his voice was like waves breaking on distant shores. "And what then, Tulkas? When Morgoth is defeated and his works undone, what of the children who have grown accustomed to our presence? Will they stand on their own feet, make their own choices, forge their own destiny? Or will they look always to us, waiting for the Valar to solve their problems, to fight their battles, to choose their paths?" Yavanna spoke next, her voice carrying the sound of growing things, of roots reaching deep and branches stretching high. The very land of Middle-earth cries out in pain, she said. The forests are burned, the fields laid waste, the creatures I have nurtured twisted into mockeries of their true forms. Yet Ulmo speaks wisdom. If we heal all wounds with our power, if we restore all that has been marred, will the children learn the value of stewardship? Will they understand that they too have a role to play in caring for the world they inhabit? The debate continued, each of the Valar offering their perspective, their wisdom shaped by their particular domain and understanding. Olórin listened intently, recognizing in their arguments the same tensions he had struggled with himself. The balance between help and interference, between protection and domination. It was Nienna who finally offered the suggestion that would change everything. Her voice, soft with sorrow yet strong with compassion, cut through the arguments like a shaft of moonlight through clouds. Let us send emissaries, she proposed. Not armies, not hosts of Maiar wielding the full measure of their power, but messengers who will walk among the children as companions and counselors. Let them go in forms that can know weariness and hunger, doubt and fear. Let them offer wisdom without commanding obedience, kindle hope without imposing certainty. A profound silence fell over the Ring of Doom as the Valar considered this proposal. It was radical in its implications, asking those of the Blessed Ones who would serve to voluntarily limit themselves, to accept vulnerability, to risk failure, and even death in forms that could truly die. Mando spoke for the first time, his voice like stone grinding upon stone, carrying the weight of all judgments past and future. Such a task would be no small thing, he said. Those who undertook it would need to be carefully chosen, proven in wisdom and strength, yet humble enough to accept limitation. They would need to understand that their purpose is not to dominate, but to inspire, not to solve every problem, but to help the children find their own solutions. Manwë turned his gaze upon the assembled Maiar, and his eyes seemed to look into the very souls of those gathered there. Who among you would accept such a task? He asked. Who would leave the Blessed Realm to walk in shadow, bearing only a portion of your true power, accepting the possibility of defeat and pain? Who would serve not as lords but as servants, not as masters but as guides? Kurumo stepped forward immediately, his form shining with barely contained power. I would go, he declared, his voice ringing with confidence. I have studied long the nature of the enemy, the mechanisms of his power. I understand what must be done to counter his works, to restore order where he has sown chaos. Send me, and I will not fail in this task. Manwë regarded him thoughtfully, and Olórin saw a shadow of concern pass across the Elder King's face. Your knowledge is great, Kurumo, and your power formidable. But do you understand the nature of the service we propose? This is not a mission of conquest, but of counsel, not of commanding, but of companioning. Kurumo bowed his head, though pride still shone in his eyes. I understand, my lord. I will serve as you direct, offering guidance to those who need it, helping to organize resistance against the enemy's forces. Before Manwë could respond, Iwendil also stepped forward, his earth-brown robes rustling like leaves. If Kurumo goes, then I too would go, he said simply. The birds and beasts of Middle-earth suffer under Morgoth's shadow. They need one who understands their tongues, who can help preserve the natural world even as the war of powers rages around them. 2 others came forward as well, Maiar, whom Olórin knew less well, but whose reputations for wisdom and power were considerable. They offered their service with grave dignity, understanding the weight of what was being asked. Manwë looked at them all, then turned his gaze to where Olórin stood, still and silent among the assembled Maiar. And you, Olórin? He asked softly. You who have walked in the gardens of Lórien, and learned from Nienna, who have studied with the elves, and crafted with your own hands, who have looked into the future, and accepted its burden, will you also go? Olórin felt every eye upon him, felt the weight of the moment pressing down, like a physical force. He thought of all he had learned, all he had prepared for, the visions Urmo had shown him of the path that lay ahead. He thought of the grey-robed wanderer he would become, of the small folk he would love, of the friendships he would forge and the sacrifices he would make. I will go, he said, his voice quiet but steady. Not because I am wise or powerful, for I am neither compared to many here assembled, but because I have learned to value the children for themselves, not for what they might become under our guidance. I will go to walk beside them, to offer what counsel I can, to kindle hope in dark places, to remind them that they are not alone. This I will do, if it is permitted. A murmur ran through the assembly, and Olórin saw approval in Nienna's eyes, satisfaction in Manwë's expression. But he also saw something else in Kurumo's face, a flicker of contempt quickly masked, as if the more powerful Maya considered Olórin's humility to be weakness rather than strength. "It is decided then," Manwë declared. 5 emissaries shall be sent to Middle-earth when the proper time comes. But know this, all of you who have volunteered for this service, you will go in forms that limit your power, that make you subject to the same weariness and danger that the children face. You will not be permitted to dominate through might, or to impose your will through force. Your task is to inspire, to counsel, to kindle the inner fire of courage and wisdom in those you meet. If you succeed, it will be through the choices of the children themselves, not through your power over them. He paused, letting the weight of these words sink in. And one more thing, you will go not now, in the height of Morgoth's power, but later, when a different darkness rises, when the lesson you might teach will be most needed. For though Morgoth will be defeated, though his works will be cast down and his power broken, the seeds of discord he has sown will remain. It is against that slower, subtler evil that your counsel will be most valuable. The council concluded with solemn blessings and stern warnings. The 5 who had volunteered were given time to prepare themselves, to make ready for a journey that might not begin for ages yet to come. Olórin walked from the Ring of Doom with his heart full of conflicting emotions. Anticipation and dread mingled in equal measure. In the days that followed, he sought out each of his teachers one final time, gathering last lessons and final words of wisdom. Nienna held him close and wept tears that blessed rather than saddened. "Remember compassion above all," she whispered. "When you are weary and discouraged, when the darkness seems overwhelming and your strength insufficient, remember that pity and mercy can achieve what force of arms cannot." Manwë spoke to him on the peak of Tanaketil, the wind whipping around them with words of power and encouragement. "You will face trials that seem insurmountable," he said. "You will be asked to make choices with no good options, to sacrifice what you love for what you value more. In those moments, remember that you serve a purpose greater than yourself, that your individual success or failure matters less than the larger pattern you help to weave." Even Aule offered counsel, his rough voice gentle with affection. "This staff you have made," he said, indicating the simple oak staff Olórin carried, "will serve you well in the days to come. But remember that the true staff you bear is not made of wood, but of purpose. Let that inner certainty guide you when all other supports fail." The other 4 who would go also sought him out, each for different reasons. Kurumo came to discuss strategy and planning, though their conversations always left Olórin feeling uneasy, sensing in the other Maya's words an assumption of leadership that had not been granted. Eywind spoke of the natural world and how they might protect it, even in the midst of war and strife. The other 2 offered their own insights and concerns, and slowly a fellowship began to form among the 5. Though it was a fellowship marked by differences as much as similarities, the ages continued their slow turning in Valinor, and still the 5 emissaries waited. The time for their departure had not yet come, for events in Middle-earth needed to unfold according to their own pattern before the intervention of the Istari, as they would be called, would be appropriate. Meanwhile, Morgoth's power grew to its terrible height, and then, in a cataclysm that shook the very foundations of the world, he was at last overthrown by the combined might of the Valar and the elves who had sailed from Middle-earth to seek their aid. Olórin watched from afar as the news arrived, carried by those who had participated in the War of Wrath. The victory had been complete, but devastating. So great was the destruction that entire regions of Middle-earth had been broken and swallowed by the sea. Morgoth was cast into the void beyond the circles of the world, never to return while the world lasted. Yet his lieutenant, the one called Sauron, had escaped and gone into hiding, and with him had gone many of the seeds of corruption that Morgoth had sown. "The time draws near," Manwë told the 5 when they gathered before him once more. "Sauron will rise again, taking up the work his master began. He is more subtle than Morgoth, more patient in his malice. Where Morgoth sought to dominate through overwhelming force, Sauron will seduce through promises of order and prosperity. This is the enemy you will be sent to counter, not through direct opposition, but by strengthening the wills and hearts of those who would resist him. How long must we wait? Kurumo asked, and Olórin heard the impatience in his voice. Ages have already passed. If we do not go soon, Sauron's power may grow beyond the point where Council can counter it. Manwë's expression was stern. Patience, Kurumo. The timing must be precise. Too early, and the peoples of Middle-earth will not yet have need of your wisdom. Too late, and you are correct. The darkness will have spread too far. Trust that we will know when the moment has come. In truth, it would be many more ages before that moment arrived. Olórin used the time to continue his preparation, but now with a specific purpose in mind. He studied the histories of Middle-earth more carefully, learning the lineages of the elves who had remained there, the rising kingdoms of men, the hidden strongholds of the dwarves. He learned languages that had not yet been spoken, seeing them in the tapestries of Vere as they would develop over the coming ages. He also spent much time among the elves of Valinor, particularly those who had known Middle-earth before the War of Wrath. From them, he learned the geography of lands now lost, the locations of ancient powers and hidden places. They taught him the lore of the enemy, how to recognize the signs of his influence, how to counter the subtle corruptions he worked in hearts and minds. One elf in particular became a close companion during these final ages in Valinor. Glorfindel had been a great lord in Gondolin, had died heroically in battle with a Balrog during that city's fall, and had been granted the rare gift of returning to life and dwelling in Valinor until such time as he too might be sent back to Middle-earth. The two walked often together, sharing their understanding of what it meant to serve, to sacrifice, to face powers that exceeded one's own strength. "You have died," Olórin said to him one day as they walked beside the shores of Eldamar. "You have known the ending of physical form, the separation of spirit from flesh. Tell me, does the knowledge of what awaits make the second journey easier or harder?" Glorfindel was silent for a long moment, his golden hair stirring in the gentle breeze that always blew from the sea. "Both and neither," he said at last. "Easier, because I know there is something beyond death, that the spirit endures even when the body fails. Harder, because I remember the pain of separation, the sorrow of leaving behind those I loved and the world I knew. When I return to Middle-earth, I will do so, knowing that I may be called to make that sacrifice again." "Does it frighten you?" Olórin asked quietly. "Yes," Glorfindel admitted without shame. "It terrifies me. But fear is not the opposite of courage, Olórin. Fear is simply the knowledge of danger. Courage is choosing to act despite that knowledge. I will go when called, afraid but determined, and I will do what must be done." These words lodged deep in Olórin's heart, becoming another layer in the foundation of wisdom he was building. He understood that the path ahead would indeed be frightening, that there would be moments when every instinct screamed to turn back, to flee to safety. But he also understood that those would be precisely the moments when choosing to move forward mattered most. At last, after ages uncounted, the summons came. Sauron had indeed risen again in Middle-earth, had forged rings of power in a bid to dominate all the free peoples, and though his initial plan had been thwarted by the wisdom of the elves, he remained a threat. The time had come for the Istari to make their journey. The five gathered one final time before the assembled Valar, and now they were changed. Or rather, they were in the process of changing. Their true forms, the pure spirit shapes they had worn since their creation in the timeless halls, were being veiled, covered by physical forms that would be subject to all the limitations of mortal flesh. Olórin felt the change as it happened, felt his consciousness becoming anchored to a body that seemed at once familiar and strange. The form was that of an old man, for Manwë had counselled that they should appear as elders, wise and experienced, to better fulfill their role as counselors. The body was tall but not imposing, strong but not mighty, capable of endurance but subject to weariness. Most strange of all was the dimming of his perception. Where once he had been able to see across vast distances, to perceive the music that underlay all creation, to understand the connections between all things, now his sight was limited to what mortal eyes could see. It was like suddenly being confined in a dark room after dwelling in endless light, and the sensation was profoundly disorienting. "Remember," Manwë's voice came to him, sounding distant now through the limitations of mortal ears, "that this limitation is intentional. You go not to dominate, but to inspire, not to solve every problem with your power, but to help others find their own strength. The constraints you feel are necessary to your mission. Embrace them and learn to work within them. Robes were provided for each of them, garments suited to their new forms and their intended roles. Kurumo was given white, a symbol of leadership and purity. Iwendil received brown, the color of earth and growing things. The other two were clad in blue, prepared for journeys into the distant east. And for Olórin, there were robes of grey, humble and unassuming, the color of twilight and mist, of things half seen and easily overlooked. He accepted the grey robes gladly, understanding the symbolism. He was not meant to draw attention to himself, not intended to stand out as a leader or lord. He would be the wanderer in the shadows, the voice whispering counsel, the hand offering help without seeking recognition. This suited him perfectly, aligned with everything he had learned and chosen. Staffs were given to each of them as well, though these were not the simple wooden staff Olórin had crafted in Auli's halls. These were implements of power, carefully wrought to serve as focuses for whatever abilities they would be permitted to use in Middle-earth. Yet even so, they remained fundamentally tools of support and guidance rather than weapons of domination. The final blessings were spoken, the final counsels given. Each of the Valar offered words of wisdom and warning. Nienna wept over them, her tears falling like gentle rain, blessing them for the journey ahead. Vada placed her hands upon each head, granting them a portion of her light to carry into darkness. Ulmo promised that his waters would aid them when they had need, that rivers and rain would carry messages and provide protection. And then it was time. A grey ship waited at the shore, ancient and beautiful, prepared to carry them across the great sea to the mortal lands. Olórin walked toward it with steady steps, though his new heart beat heavily in his chest. He turned for one last look at Valinor, at the light of the trees that he would not see again until his task was complete, at the blessed shores where he had spent ages learning and preparing. "Goodbye," he whispered to the land he was leaving, to the friends who remained behind, to the part of himself that would stay here while his diminished form went forth. Goodbye to certainty and safety, to peace and beauty eternal. Goodbye to all I have known, for I go now into uncertainty and shadow, to serve those I have never met, to face dangers I can barely imagine. But even as he spoke the farewell, he felt a strange lightening of spirit. This was the purpose for which he had been prepared, the task he had accepted when Urmo showed him visions of what might be. Fear was present, yes, but also anticipation, a sense of rightness, a knowing that he was finally moving toward the fulfillment of his truest self. The ship carried them across waters that grew darker and colder as they sailed eastward, away from the eternal light of Valinor, and toward the mortal lands, where shadow and sunlight alternated in the endless cycle of days and nights. Olórin stood at the prow, his grey robes whipping in the salt wind, watching as the blessed shores receded into the distance until they were swallowed entirely by the curve of the world. The voyage was strange beyond description, for they were travelling not merely across physical distance, but across a kind of barrier that separated the blessed realm from the mortal lands, the timeless from the temporal, the unchanging from the ever-changing. Olórin felt the transition as a gradual but profound shift in the nature of reality itself. Time, which had flowed so differently in Valinor, now took on the relentless quality it possessed in Middle-earth, each moment following the last in inexorable succession, each day bringing irreversible change. The five Istari spoke little during the crossing, each lost in their own thoughts about what awaited them. Kurumo stood apart from the others, his white robes luminous even in the gathering gloom, his face set with determination and something that might have been eagerness. Iwendil leaned over the rail, watching dolphins that had followed the ship from Valinor, speaking to them in their own tongue of clicks and whistles. The two who would go to the east stood together, their blue robes blending with the twilight, making plans in low voices about the lands they would explore. As days passed, measured now in mortal time, Olórin became increasingly aware of the limitations of his new form. He felt hunger for the first time, a gnawing emptiness in his belly that required food to satisfy. He experienced true weariness, his legs growing heavy after hours of standing, his eyes growing tired and needing the rest of sleep. Even his thoughts seemed slower, more labored, as if the vast intelligence he had possessed in his true form had been compressed and confined within the narrow confines of a mortal brain. Yet there was also something oddly liberating about these limitations. The endless possibilities that had once stretched before him were now winnowed down to manageable choices. The overwhelming perception of all things at once was replaced by a more focused, more immediate awareness of his surroundings. He found himself noticing small details he might have overlooked before. The particular pattern of foam on a wave, the unique cry of a seabird, the way light changed colour as clouds passed over the sun. On the final night of their voyage, as the coastline of Middle-earth became visible on the eastern horizon, Olórin stood alone at the ship's stern, looking back one last time toward the west. The stars shone overhead, the same stars that Vardar had kindled in the depths of time, and in their light he saw reflected all the beauty and wonder of the world that had been made through the music of the Ainur. He thought of all those who had taught him, all the wisdom he had gathered through the long ages of his preparation. Nienna's compassion, Manwë's understanding of freedom and choice, Irmo's insight into dreams and possibilities, Elwë's gift of music that connected rather than commanded, Auli's lesson about honest work, Tulkas's teaching about courage in the face of fear, Vari's wisdom about the patterns that wove through all things. Each lesson was a thread in the tapestry of who he had become, and he carried them all with him into this new chapter of existence. A voice spoke beside him, and he turned to find Kurumo standing there, his face thoughtful in the starlight. "We stand on the threshold of our great task," the white-robed Istari said. "Tomorrow we will set foot in Middle-earth and begin the work we were sent to accomplish. Tell me, Olórin, are you ready for what lies ahead?" Olórin considered the question carefully before answering. "I am as ready as I can be," he said at last. "I have prepared for long ages, learned all that my teachers could share, studied the histories and prophecies, yet I know that no amount of preparation can truly ready one for the reality of living among the children, of facing the darkness in all its forms. I suppose readiness comes not from having all the answers, but from being willing to seek them." Kurumo made a sound that might have been agreement or dismissal. "We each bring different strengths to this mission," he said. "I bring knowledge and order, the ability to organize resistance and craft strategies. You bring... What exactly do you bring, Olórin? Dreams and songs? Compassion and comfort? These seem poor tools against the power of Sauron." Olórin smiled gently, not taking offense at the implied criticism. "Perhaps they are poor tools," he agreed, "but I have learned that the mightiest weapons are not always the most effective. Sometimes a kind word spoken at the right moment can accomplish more than 1,000 swords. Sometimes hope kindled in a single heart can spread further than the most brilliant strategy." Kurumo shook his head, clearly unconvinced, and walked away. Olórin watched him go, troubled by what he saw but uncertain how to address it. The other Maya's confidence bordered on arrogance, his certainty on rigidity. These were the very qualities that Nienna and Manwë had warned against, the seeds from which corruption could grow. Yet Kurumo was powerful and knowledgeable, and his skills would undoubtedly be valuable in the struggles ahead. Perhaps, Olórin thought, the differences between them would prove complementary rather than divisive. Dawn broke over Middle-earth as the ship glided into a grey harbour on the western shore. The light was different from the light of Valinor, dimmer and more ephemeral, yet it held its own beauty, a fragile loveliness that came from knowing it would fade and return, from its very impermanence. Olórin drew in a deep breath of Middle-earth air, tasting salt and earth, smoke and green growing things, the scent of a world that was alive in ways Valinor, for all its perfection, was not. The 5 Istari disembarked onto a stone quay where a small delegation awaited them. There were elves from nearby Linden, tall and grave, their ancient eyes holding recognition and welcome. They knew who these travellers were, or at least they knew that emissaries from the west had come, though the full truth of the Istari's nature and mission would remain partially veiled even from the wise. An elf lord stepped forward, his bearing noble and his face fair. "Welcome," he said, his voice carrying the music of his kind. "Welcome to Middle-earth, messengers of the Valar. We have been expecting you, though we did not know when you would arrive. The darkness grows in the east, and your counsel will be needed in the days ahead." Kurumo answered for them all, his voice carrying authority that he assumed rather than was granted. "We have come to offer aid against the shadow," he said, "to provide guidance and wisdom in the struggle against Sauron and his servants. We bring knowledge from Valinor and power sufficient to counter the enemy's works. Olórin said nothing, but he noticed the elf lord's subtle reaction to Kurumo's words, a slight narrowing of the eyes, a barely perceptible tension. The elves were wise enough to hear what was said beneath the words, to recognize the pride that colored Kurumo's declaration. As the delegation led them from the harbor toward the city, Olórin walked at the rear of the group, taking in his first true impressions of Middle-earth. The land was beautiful, but scarred, bearing marks of ancient wars and sorrows. Yet life persisted here, stubborn and resilient, pushing up through cracks in stone, blooming in the margins of battlefields, singing in the hearts of those who had survived loss and grief. This was the world he had come to serve, imperfect and broken but precious, beyond measure, precisely because of its fragility. These were the people, elves and men and dwarves and all the other children of Ilúvatar, who needed not a master to command them, but a friend to walk beside them through darkness toward whatever light might await. He touched the staff in his hand, feeling its solid weight, and knew that his true journey was only now beginning. All the ages of preparation in Valinor, all the lessons learned and wisdom gathered, all the visions seen and choices made, they had brought him to this moment, to this first step on Middle-earth soil, to the beginning of a task that would span millennia and cost him more than he could yet imagine. But he was ready, or as ready as anyone could be for such a calling. He was Olórin no longer. Or rather, he was Olórin contained within a new identity, a new purpose. The elves would give him names in their own tongues, and men would call him by titles he had not chosen. But he would remain, at his core, the student of Nienna who had learned compassion, the wanderer who valued wisdom over power, the servant who chose humility over dominion. And so the tale of young Gandalf in the Undying lands drew to its close, even as the greater tale of Gandalf the Grey was just beginning. The wizard who would walk the roads of Middle-earth for age upon age, kindling hope in dark places and standing firm against the shadow, had at last arrived to take up his burden. And though the path ahead would be long and hard, filled with sorrows and trials beyond counting, he would walk it faithfully, remembering always the lessons of his youth and the purpose for which he had been sent. Thus ends the account of Olórin's time in Valinor, the preparation of one who would become the greatest of the Astari, the friend of the small and forgotten, the enemy of tyranny in all its forms. His story in Middle-earth would be written across the ages to come, in deeds both great and humble, in words both thunderous and gentle. But it began here, on a grey morning in a harbour by the sea, with the first step of a long journey and a heart full of purpose. And that, dear listener, is the tale of the young Gandalf, before the world knew him by that name, when he was still learning what it meant to serve, to sacrifice, and to hope against all darkness. Story 2. In the days before days, when the world was young and the light of the two trees still illuminated the blessed realm, there dwelt in the gardens of Lorien a Maiar, whose wisdom had not yet been tested by the fires of the mortal world. His name among the Maiar was Olórin, though in ages yet to come, the peoples of Middle-earth would know him by another name entirely. He was counted among the wisest of his order, though he himself would have disputed such a claim with characteristic modesty, for even then his nature was one of gentleness and careful thought, rather than pride or presumption. Olórin was beloved of Nienna, the Lady of Mercy, and it was in her grey halls that he learned much of what would later serve him in his long service to the world. There, in those timeless chambers where sorrow was understood and compassion was cultivated like the rarest of flowers, he learned to look beyond the surface of suffering, to see the deeper patterns that grief and loss wove through the great music. Nienna taught him patience when all seemed lost, and hope when darkness threatened to overwhelm the light. She showed him how tears could cleanse as surely as water, and how from the deepest griefs could spring the most profound wisdom. Yet Olórin was not one to remain always in contemplation within those solemn halls. His spirit was curious, drawn to wandering the many pathways of Valinor, and he found joy in observing the works of the other Valar. He would walk unseen among the gardens of Yavanna, marvelling at the growing things that she nurtured, their roots reaching deep into the earth, while their branches stretched toward the mingled light of gold and silver that fell from Lorelin and Telperion. He listened to the songs of Vada as she set new stars in their appointed places, each one a note in the greater symphony that had begun before the world's foundation. And often he could be found in the gardens of Irmo, called Lorien, where dreams took shape, and the boundaries between thought and reality grew thin as morning mist. It was in these gardens of Lórien that our tale properly begins, on a day that might have been counted as any other in the ageless realm, had not fate woven a particular thread into the tapestry of that hour. The gardens themselves were a wonder beyond mortal describing. Here, great trees with silver bark rose to heights that dwarfed even the mightiest oaks that would later grow in Middle-earth. Their leaves whispered secrets in a language older than words, and their roots drank from streams that flowed not with water alone, but with living light. Flowers of every conceivable hue bloomed in eternal spring, though they changed their colours with the waxing and waning of the tree's light, so that what appeared crimson under Laurelin's golden glow might shine purple-blue beneath Telperian's silver radiance. The air was filled with fragrances that would have overwhelmed mortal senses, each breath a symphony of scents that spoke of growth and life and endless renewal. Through these gardens, Olórin walked in deep contemplation. His form, which he could alter at will as all the Maiar could, he had chosen to maintain in a shape not unlike that which he would later adopt in Middle-earth, though younger in appearance, and clad not in grey, but in simple robes of white. His face, still unlined by the long years of struggle that lay ahead, nonetheless bore the marks of one who thought deeply and felt keenly. His eyes, which in later ages would flash with the fire of hidden power when roused to anger, now held only a quiet, searching light, as if he were forever looking for something just beyond the edge of understanding. On this particular day, his wandering had led him to a part of the gardens he had not visited before, a place where the paths grew narrow and the trees pressed close, their branches forming a canopy so thick that even the light of the two trees struggled to penetrate. Here, the very air seemed different, heavier somehow, as if laden with significance that had not yet revealed its purpose. The flowers that grew in this shadowed place were pale, almost ghostly in their beauty, and they gave off a scent that spoke not of spring's joy, but of autumn's melancholy wisdom. Olórin paused, for his keen senses had detected something unusual. It was not a sound precisely, nor was it a sight that caught his attention. Rather, it was a disturbance in the very fabric of peace that normally pervaded these blessed gardens. A ripple in the stillness, like a stone cast into a quiet pool. He stood motionless, extending his awareness outward, trying to understand what had caused this subtle wrongness in a place where nothing should be wrong. Then he heard it, a voice, soft and filled with such profound sorrow that even he, who had studied long in the halls of Nienna, felt his heart contract with unexpected pain. It was weeping, though not with the loud grief of fresh loss, but with the quiet, hopeless tears of one who has wept so long that weeping has become their natural state. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as if the very shadows themselves were giving voice to ancient pain. Following the sound, Olórin pressed deeper into the shadowed grove. The path, if it could still be called a path, grew narrower still, and thorns that should not have existed in this perfect place began to catch at his robes. He noticed other signs of strangeness as well. Some of the trees bore bark that seemed almost blackened, as if by old fire, though no fire had ever burned in Valinor save for the sacred flames of the Valar themselves. Leaves fell from branches despite the eternal spring, drifting down like tears of gold and silver to lie upon the moss-covered ground. At last, he came to a clearing, small and almost perfectly circular, ringed by trees whose branches had grown together overhead to form a dome of living wood. In the centre of this natural chamber stood a fountain, though its waters did not flow with their usual bright clarity. Instead, they appeared dark, almost black, and their surface was utterly still, reflecting nothing of the light that filtered down from above. And beside this fountain, sitting upon a stone bench worn smooth by ages beyond counting, sat the source of the weeping. She appeared as an elven maiden, though Olórin's wisdom told him immediately that she was no child of Ilúvatar. Her form was that of the Maiar, though greatly diminished, as if some catastrophe had drained her of the greater portion of her power. Her hair, which might once have shone like starlight, now hung lank and grey about her shoulders. Her face, though still fair, bore the unmistakable marks of suffering that had lasted beyond all reasonable endurance. She wore robes that had once been fine, he could see, but now were tattered and stained, as if she had wandered through thorns and darkness for longer than memory could hold. Most striking of all were her eyes. When she lifted her head at his approach, those eyes met his with a gaze that held depths of sorrow he had never encountered. Even in Nienna's halls, where he had witnessed the mourning for every grief the world had known, they were eyes that had seen something terrible, something that had broken her spirit in ways that even the healing powers of Valinor could not seem to mend. For a long moment, they simply looked at one another, the young Maya and the weeping spirit, while the shadows pressed close around them and the dark fountain kept its silent vigil. Then, gathering his courage and his compassion, Olórin spoke, his voice gentle as falling snow. "Sister," he said, using the term of kinship that all Maiar shared, "I am called Olórin. What grief has brought you to this forgotten corner of the Blessed Gardens? And how may one, such as I, bring comfort to a sorrow so deep?" The maiden's lips moved, but at first no sound emerged, as if she had forgotten the art of speech after so long in solitude. Then, in a voice that was little more than a whisper, rough with disuse and raw with pain, she spoke words that would change the course of Olórin's existence and set his feet upon a path that would lead, though he knew it not, to trials and glories beyond imagining. "I am Miriel," she said, and the name fell into the silence like a stone into deep water, sending ripples of recognition through Olórin's mind. "And I bear a burden that none in these blessed lands will hear, for it speaks of shame and darkness that should not exist in this place of light. Yet the burden must be borne, and the tale must be told, else a greater evil than any yet known shall come upon the world, born from silence, and the refusal to acknowledge what should not be forgotten." Olórin settled himself upon the stone bench beside the weeping maiden, though he maintained a respectful distance, for he sensed that her grief was of a nature that made even gentle proximity painful. The name she had spoken resonated in his memory, calling forth fragments of knowledge he had gathered in his long years of study. Miriel. There had been a Miriel once, in the early days of the Eldar's dwelling in these blessed lands, but that was a tale shrouded in sorrow and silence, one that the Valar themselves seemed reluctant to speak of in full. "I know something of your story," Olórin said carefully, his voice barely louder than the whisper of leaves overhead. "You were the mother of Fëanor, she who created the first tapestries that caught and held the very light of the trees. Your works were accounted among the greatest wonders of the Eldar, and your skill was such that even Veri the Weaver, who works the histories of all things into her eternal tapestries, was said to marvel at what your hands could fashion." Miriel's head lifted slightly at these words, and something that might have been the ghost of pride flickered in her tormented eyes. "I was that Miriel," she confirmed, her voice growing fractionally stronger. "I was she who wove beauty from the light itself, who created works that would endure through all the ages of Arda. But that was before the bearing of my son, before the great weariness came upon me, before I made the choice that has haunted me through all the long years that have followed." She turned to face Olórin more fully, and he saw in her features the ravages of a guilt that had consumed her from within. "You know the tale, or think you do, how I bore Fëanor, greatest of all the Eldar, in skill and pride, and how the bearing of him drained from me all the life and joy that I possessed. How I grew weary, beyond all healing, until even the blessed air of Valinor could not sustain my spirit within the bounds of flesh. How I begged to be released, to surrender my body, and dwell in the halls of Mandos, until the weariness passed, and I might be restored." "This much is told," Olórin acknowledged gently, "and it is said that Finwë, your husband, grieved greatly at your passing, though he knew it was not death as mortals understand it, but rather a willing surrender to the weariness that had overcome you." "Willing?" Miriel repeated, and the words seemed to carry a weight of bitterness that made the very air grow colder. "Yes, I willed it. I chose to lay down my body and retreat into the shadows of Mandos' halls, seeking rest from a weariness that seemed greater than all the strength of my spirit. But what the tales do not tell, what none know save Mandos himself, and now you, Olórin the Wise, is what I saw in those halls. What knowledge came to me in the darkness, and what burden I now carry that none will hear." She rose from the bench and moved to the dark fountain, staring down into its still surface, as if seeing their reflections of things that had long since passed. "In the halls of Mandos, I dwelt for a time in something like peace. The weariness did indeed ease, and I found in that quiet realm a respite from the demands of the flesh. But then I began to hear whispers, voices that spoke in the darkness between one moment and the next. They were not the voices of the dead, for the elves do not truly die as men do, their spirits remaining bound to Arda until its ending. No, these were older voices, speaking of things that had been and things that would be, of patterns woven into the very fabric of creation that none had thought to question. Olórin leaned forward, his attention wholly captured now, for he recognized in her words the touch of true prophecy, that gift which came unbidden to some and which often brought more pain than enlightenment. "What did these voices tell you?" he asked. Muriel's hands clenched at her sides, and when she spoke again, her voice trembled with the effort of giving form to knowledge that resisted speaking. "They told me of my son, of Feanor, whom I had borne at such cost. They showed me what he would become, the heights of glory he would achieve, and the depths of darkness into which he would fall. I saw the Silmarils, those 3 jewels of captured light that would be his greatest work and the source of his doom. I saw the oath he would swear, binding himself and his sons to a promise that would lead to kinslaying and exile and sorrows beyond measure." She turned back to face Olórin, and her eyes were wild with the pain of knowledge borne too long in silence. "I saw the burning of the ships at Losgar, the first slaying of elf by elf in the darkness of Alqualonde. I saw the ruin that would come upon my people, the sundering of families and the breaking of the fellowship that had existed since the first awakening. And I knew, with a certainty that burned like fire in my spirit, that all of this flowed in some measure from my choice, from my decision to lay down my life and leave my son motherless, to allow Finwë to wed again, and to create the divided house that would tear the Noldor apart." Olórin felt the weight of her words settle upon him like a physical burden. Here was grief of a kind he had not encountered before, not merely sorrow for what had been lost, but the crushing guilt of one who believed herself responsible for tragedies yet to unfold. "Sister," he said carefully, choosing his words with the utmost care, "the knowledge of things to come is a terrible burden, but you must not take upon yourself the weight of all that will be. Feanor's choices are his own, and the deeds of the Noldor, whether for good or ill, cannot be laid at your feet, simply because you brought one of them into being." But Muriel shook her head violently, her grey hair whipping about her face. "You do not understand. It is not merely that I bore him, though that connection binds me to all that he will do. It is that I left him. In the moment of his greatest need, when a mother's love and wisdom might have tempered the fire of his spirit, I chose my own peace over his welfare. I abandoned him to a stepmother who, though kind in her way, could never hold the place in his heart that I had vacated. I created the wound that would never heal, the sense of loss and abandonment that would feed his pride and his rage." She sank back down upon the bench, her strength seeming to fail her once more. "And when I learned all of this, when the full horror of what my choice would lead to was revealed to me in Mandos's halls, I begged to be released. I pleaded with Mandos himself to allow me to return, to take up my body once more and go back to my son, to try to undo or at least to mitigate the damage I had caused. But he refused." "Refused?" Olórin echoed, surprise evident in his voice. "But why? Surely if you wished to return, if your weariness had passed, and you sought to rejoin the living, Mandos would have granted such a request." "He said it was not permitted," Muriel replied, her voice hollow with remembered pain. "He said that the laws of Arda, set down by Ilúvatar himself in the music of the Ainur, decreed that no elf could return to life while their spouse still lived. Finwë had taken another wife, Indis of the Vanyar, and while he lived wed to her, I could not reclaim my body and return to the world. To do so would have violated the sacred bond of marriage, would have created a division and a confusion that could not be permitted." She looked up at Olórin with eyes that pleaded for understanding. "And so I remain trapped in these gardens where Mandos has allowed me to dwell, neither fully among the living nor at rest among the dead. I am permitted to take form, to walk in these shadowed places, but I cannot leave. I cannot go to my son. I cannot prevent what I know is coming. I can only wait here, weeping for sorrows that have not yet occurred, but which I know with terrible certainty will come to pass." Olórin sat in silence for a long moment, struggling to comprehend the full scope of the tragedy before him. Here was a spirit caught between competing duties, between the law that bound her and the love that drove her. "Have you spoken of this to others?" he asked finally. To Manwë, perhaps? Or to Nienna? Surely there must be some among the Valar who would hear your plea and seek a remedy. I have tried, Miriel said bitterly, but none will listen. When I speak of what I have seen, of the darkness that is coming, they turn away. They say that I am mad with grief, that my sorrow has disordered my mind. They remind me that the Eldar dwell in bliss in these blessed lands, that no shadow can touch them here, that the very idea of elf slaying elf is too horrible to contemplate and therefore cannot be true. They comfort me with gentle words and then send me back to these gardens, back to my solitude and my useless knowledge. For a long while after Miriel's words faded into silence, Olórin sat in contemplation, his mind working through the layers of complexity and sorrow that her tale presented. The shadows in the grove seemed to deepen around them, as if the very trees were leaning in to hear what counsel he might offer to one whose grief had been rejected by all others. He had learnt much in Nienna's halls about the nature of sorrow and the paths that might lead through it, but this was something altogether different. This was not merely grief for what had been lost, but anguish over what was yet to come, combined with the helplessness of one who possessed knowledge but no power to act upon it. At last he spoke, his voice measured and thoughtful. The Valar are great in wisdom and power, yet even they cannot see all ends. The gift of foresight, when it comes unbidden, is often dismissed by those who have not experienced it themselves. They live in the eternal now of Valinor, where time moves differently than it does in the circles of the world, and perhaps that very timelessness makes it difficult for them to comprehend the weight of prophecy. Miriel laughed, though it was a sound without mirth, bitter as ashes. You speak kindly, Olórin, and I recognize in your words the gentleness that you have learned from Nienna. But kindness does not change my situation. Whether the Valar dismiss my visions because they cannot comprehend them, or because they choose not to believe them, the result is the same. I remain here, powerless and unheard, while the future I have seen draws ever nearer. Tell me, Olórin said, leaning forward with renewed intensity, these visions that came to you in Mandos's halls, were they clear and certain, showing you events as they must unfold, or were they shadows and possibilities, hints of what might come to pass if certain choices are made? The question seemed to give Miriel pause. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she considered, and for the first time since their conversation began, something other than despair showed in her features. I had not thought to examine them so closely, she admitted. The horror of what I saw overwhelmed all else, and I accepted them as inevitable doom. But now that you ask, I must confess that some parts were clearer than others. The Silmarils themselves I saw with perfect clarity, 3 jewels of such beauty that all other gems seem but coloured glass beside them, and I saw the oath, heard the very words that Fëanor and his sons would speak, binding themselves to the recovery of the jewels, regardless of what barriers might stand in their way. She rose and began to pace, her movements growing more animated as she spoke. But other elements were less certain. The faces of those who would die, the exact sequence of events that would lead from one tragedy to the next, these shifted and changed even as I watched them. It was as if I were seeing not one future but many, all layered atop one another, all possible but none yet fixed in the pattern of what must be. Then there is hope, Olórin said, and for the first time since entering the grove, his voice carried a note of something approaching joy. If the future is not fixed, if these are possibilities rather than certainties, then there may yet be ways to turn aside the worst of what you have foreseen. The choices of the Eldar are their own, as are the choices of all the children of Ilúvatar. Even with the weight of prophecy upon them, they retain the freedom to choose their path. But Miriel shook her head, though with less certainty than before. Freedom to choose, yes, but how can choices be truly free when the one who might guide them toward wisdom is trapped here, unable to speak or act? My son grows in pride and skill with each passing age, and I know the shape of his spirit. He is like a fire that burns ever hotter, consuming all fuel that comes within his reach. Without a tempering influence, without the balance that a mother's love might provide, he will burn until he consumes himself and all those around him. Then perhaps, Olórin suggested carefully, the answer lies not in changing Fëanor's nature, which may be beyond any power to alter, but in ensuring that he has advisors and companions who can provide some measure of that balance you speak of. If you cannot return to guide him yourself, might there be others who could fulfill that role? Others who could be warned, prepared, positioned to intervene at crucial moments. The suggestion seemed to strike Miriel like a physical blow. She stopped her pacing and turned to stare at Olórin with an expression caught between hope and fear. "You would believe me then? You would take my warnings seriously enough to act upon them? I am but one mayor among many," Olórin replied with his characteristic humility. "And my influence in the councils of Valinor is limited. I am no herald of Manwë, no keeper of Mandos's halls. I walk often unnoticed among the great, listening and learning but seldom speaking with authority. Yet perhaps that very obscurity might serve us well. I could carry your words to those who might listen, not as a pronouncement from on high, but as a concern whispered between friends." He stood and moved to her side, looking down into the dark fountain whose waters reflected nothing. "But I must know more. If I am to speak of these things, I must understand them as fully as possible. You have told me of the Silmarils and the Oath, of kinslaying and exile. But what comes before? What are the steps that lead from the happiness of the Noldor as they now exist to the darkness you have foreseen? Where are the moments of choice? The turning points where a different word or a different action might lead to a different outcome?" Miriel closed her eyes, and Olórin saw her face contort with pain as she delved back into the visions that had tormented her. "It begins with restlessness," she said at last. "Fëanor, for all his gifts, for all the wonders he creates, is never satisfied. He looks always for something more, some greater work that will surpass all that has come before. And in this restlessness, he is vulnerable to whispers, to suggestions that fan the flames of his discontent." "Whispers from whom?" Olórin asked, though he felt a chill creeping into his heart, for he suspected he knew the answer. "From one who appears fair and wise, who comes as a friend and counselor to the Eldar," Miriel replied, opening her eyes to meet his gaze. "I saw him in my visions, though his face was unclear, as if, even in the seeing, some power obscured his true nature. But I felt the malice beneath the fair seeming, recognized the subtle poison in his words. He speaks to Fëanor of glory and of justice, of the Noldor's right to knowledge and power that the Valar would withhold from them. He feeds the pride that already burns in my son's heart, nurtures it, and shapes it toward his own dark purposes." Olórin's expression grew grave, for he understood immediately of whom she spoke. "Melkor," he breathed, and the name seemed to darken the air around them. "Though he goes now by other names, seeking to hide his true nature, he has been released from his imprisonment in Mandos, has he not? Released and allowed to dwell among the Eldar, claiming to have repented of his ancient rebellion." "Yes," Miriel confirmed. "And it is this release, this terrible mercy shown to one who has not truly changed, that sets all else in motion. For he works upon my son with infinite patience and cunning, never openly counseling evil but always suggesting, always questioning, always undermining the trust that should exist between the Noldor and the Valar. And Fëanor, brilliant and proud, and lacking the wisdom that might have allowed him to see through such manipulation, becomes the tool through which Melkor will work his greatest treachery since the marring of Arda itself." She moved closer to Olórin, urgency now replacing some of the despair in her bearing. "This is what none will hear, what makes them turn away when I try to speak. They cannot accept that Melkor remains what he has always been, that his fair words are but a mask for his ancient malice. They want to believe in redemption, in the power of mercy to change even the darkest of hearts, and perhaps for others, such redemption might be possible. But for Melkor, who set himself against the very music of creation itself, who sought to mar and dominate all that Ilúvatar had made, there can be no true repentance. His nature is corruption, and corruption is what he will bring." Olórin nodded slowly, his mind racing through implications and possibilities. "Then the warning must be of two kinds," he said. "First, to watch Melkor more closely, to recognize that his repentance may be feigned and his influence among the Eldar a danger. And second, to provide Fëanor with companions and advisors strong enough to counterbalance that influence, wise enough to question his judgments when pride drives him toward folly." "But who would listen to such warnings?" Miriel asked, desperation creeping back into her voice. "And even if they did, how could they act upon them without revealing the source of the knowledge? If it becomes known that I have had these visions, that I have seen the darkness to come, I will be dismissed as mad. Worse, Fëanor himself might learn of it, and the knowledge that his own mother has foreseen his fall might drive him toward that very fate all the more quickly. It was a dilemma without easy answer, and Olórin knew it. To act on Miriel's visions would require a delicacy of approach that he was not certain he possessed. Yet to do nothing, to allow events to unfold as she had foreseen them simply because the proper method of intervention was not immediately apparent, seemed an abdication of responsibility that he could not accept. "Then we must be subtle," he said at last. "I will not speak directly of your visions, nor will I claim any prophetic knowledge, but I can observe, and I can question. I can plant seeds of doubt about Melkor's true nature in minds more influential than my own, and I can seek to befriend those among the Eldar who might serve as steadying influences upon Fëanor, encouraging them toward his companionship, without revealing why such companionship is needed." In the days that followed that first meeting in the Shadowed Grove, Olórin found himself drawn into a task more complex and fraught with difficulty than any he had undertaken before. He had promised Miriel that he would act upon her warnings, but the nature of that action remained uncertain, shifting like water through his fingers whenever he tried to grasp it firmly. How did one prevent a tragedy that had not yet occurred, based on visions that might be possibilities rather than certainties, without revealing the source of one's knowledge or creating the very conditions one sought to avoid? He began by observing. This was, after all, what he had always done best. Unlike some of the Maya who preferred to take active roles in shaping events, Olórin had long been content to watch and listen, to understand before acting. Now he turned this habit toward a more specific purpose, focusing his attention on the Noldor, and particularly on the household of Finwë, where the seeds of future tragedy were supposedly being sown. What he saw troubled him deeply. Fëanor was indeed all that Miriel had described, and more. The young prince, for he was still counted young by the measure of elven years, though he had already lived longer than any mortal would, possessed a brilliance that was almost painful to behold. When he worked at his crafts, it seemed as though fire itself flowed through his hands, transforming base materials into wonders that surpassed all expectation. His mind moved with a swiftness that left others struggling to follow, leaping from thought to thought like lightning dancing across a summer sky. But there was also a hardness in him, a core of pride and certainty that would brook no challenge to his will. Olórin watched one day as Fëanor demonstrated a new technique for capturing light within crystal, and saw how he dismissed the suggestions of other craftsmen with barely concealed contempt. They were not wrong in their observations, Olórin noted, but neither were they as swift or as certain as Fëanor himself, and that was sufficient reason for him to disregard their input entirely. More troubling still was the growing division within Finwë's household. The king's second wife, Indis, was by all accounts a gentle and noble lady, devoted to her husband and seeking always to build harmony among all the Noldor. But between her and Fëanor there existed a gulf that seemed to widen with each passing year. It was not that they quarrelled openly, for Fëanor maintained a cold courtesy toward his stepmother that was in some ways worse than open hostility. He simply refused to acknowledge her fully, treating her always as an outsider who had no true place in his father's house or his father's heart. And Indis's sons, Fingolfin and Finofin, found themselves caught in the middle of this unspoken conflict. They loved their half-brother and admired his gifts, but they could not help but feel the rejection that radiated from him whenever they drew too near. Fingolfin especially seemed wounded by this, for he possessed his own considerable pride and skill, and Fëanor's dismissal of him stung deeply. Olórin saw all of this and understood how it fit the pattern Miriel had described. Here were the divisions that would later tear the Noldor apart, already forming in the relationships between members of the same family. If he was to act, it would need to be here, in these personal connections, that he would need to find his point of intervention. But how? He could not simply approach Fëanor and counsel him toward greater warmth with his family, not without revealing knowledge he should not possess, and likely driving the proud prince further into isolation. Neither could he work openly with Indis, for that would only confirm Fëanor's suspicion that others conspired against him. The approach would need to be indirect, subtle as the first breath of spring that melts winter's ice so gradually that none can mark the moment of change. It was in considering this dilemma that Olórin thought of Finrod, the eldest son of Finarfin. Finrod was counted among the wisest and most thoughtful of the young Noldor. He possessed neither Fëanor's fierce brilliance nor Fingolfin's martial prowess, but he had something perhaps more valuable in these circumstances, a gift for friendship and a genuine love of knowledge for its own sake, rather than as a tool for pride. If anyone among the younger generation could reach Feanor, could engage him in a way that might soften his hardness without challenging his pride, it would be Finrod. Olórin began to frequent the places where Finrod was known to walk and study. The young prince had a love of quiet places, gardens where he could think and compose the songs for which he was already becoming known. It was in one such garden, beneath a great tree whose leaves sang softly in harmonies that needed no wind to stir them, that Olórin finally approached him. "Fair morning to you, Prince of the Noldor," Olórin said, his voice gentle so as not to startle the young elf who sat absorbed in contemplation. "I hope I do not intrude upon your solitude." Finrod looked up, and his face broke into a welcoming smile that spoke of a nature generous and open. "Olórin the Wise," he said, for Olórin's wanderings had not gone entirely unnoticed among the Eldar, even if few knew much about him. "You intrude upon nothing save my own tangled thoughts, and I would welcome the company of one known for wisdom. Please, sit with me if you will." Olórin settled himself upon the grass, noting how Finrod's eyes held a quality of deep seeing, as if he looked not merely at surfaces, but sought always to understand what lay beneath. "Tangled thoughts?" he prompted gently. Perhaps speaking them aloud might help to unravel them. Finrod hesitated, then seemed to decide that Olórin could be trusted. "I have been thinking much of late about the nature of creation and craft," he said. "My uncle Feanor creates wonders that astound all who behold them, works of such beauty and power that they seem to transcend mere making and touch upon something deeper. Yet I sense in his creating a hunger that is never satisfied, a reaching for something that always eludes his grasp. I wonder sometimes if the creating itself brings him joy, or if it is only a means to some other end." The observation was perceptive, far more so than Olórin had expected. "What do you think that end might be?" he asked. "Recognition, perhaps," Finrod mused, "or mastery. The certainty of being first and greatest in all things. But I wonder if such ends can ever truly satisfy. For even if one achieves them, what then? There must always be new heights to scale, new rivals to surpass, else the achievement becomes hollow." "A wise observation," Olórin said. "The joy that comes from external recognition is fleeting and fragile, while the joy that springs from the act of creation itself, from bringing forth beauty and goodness into the world, can be sustained through all one's days." He paused, then added carefully, "Have you spoken with Feanor of these thoughts? I imagine he would find much to consider in them." But Finrod shook his head ruefully. "My uncle does not welcome counsel from one he sees as lesser, and in truth I am lesser in many ways. My crafts are simple things compared to his wonders, my mind slower, my vision less clear. Why should he listen to me when he has already surpassed all the masters of our people in skill and knowledge?" "Because," Olórin said gently, "wisdom and skill are not the same thing. One may have great skill and little wisdom, or great wisdom and modest skill, and sometimes it is precisely those who are slower in their thinking who see things that swift minds miss, for they take the time to look at questions from many angles, rather than rushing immediately to conclusions." The words seemed to hearten Finrod, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. "Do you truly think so? That I might have something to offer, even to one so much greater than myself?" "I think," Olórin replied, "that everyone has something to offer, if only they can find the courage to offer it, and others can find the humility to receive it. The question is not whether you have wisdom worth sharing, but how best to share it in a way that can be heard." They spoke for some time longer, Olórin carefully planting seeds of thought without ever directly instructing Finrod to seek out Feanor. Instead, he asked questions that led the young prince to his own conclusions, encouraged him to trust in his own insights, and subtly suggested that the act of reaching out to others, even or especially those who seemed not to need such reaching, was itself a noble and worthwhile endeavor. When they finally parted, Olórin felt that he had made a beginning, however small. Finrod was now thinking about Feanor in new ways, seeing not just the brilliant craftsman but the isolated soul who might benefit from genuine friendship, offered without agenda or fear. But it was only a beginning, and as Olórin made his way back toward the shadowed grove where Miriel waited for news of his progress, He felt the weight of how much more remained to be done. The seasons turned in Valinor as they had since the beginning of days, though time moved differently in the Blessed Realm than it would later in Middle-earth. The two trees waxed and waned in their eternal cycle, and beneath their mingled light, the work of creation continued as it always had. Yet for Olórin, these days carried a weight they had not possessed before. Each morning when he woke, each evening when he sought rest, his thoughts turned to the task he had undertaken and the fragile hope that his interventions might bear fruit. He continued to meet with Miriel in the shadowed grove, though now these meetings held a different character than that first encounter. Where before there had been only despair and confession, now there was something approaching collaboration. Miriel would share what details she could remember from her visions, and Olórin would describe what he had observed and what small steps he had taken. Together they would puzzle over the meaning of what she had seen, trying to distinguish between what was certain and what might be changed. On one such meeting, as autumn's colours painted even the eternal gardens in temporary hues of gold and russet, Miriel spoke of something that had been troubling her. "I have been thinking," she said, her voice carrying less of the raw anguish that had characterized their early conversations, "about the nature of these visions themselves. They came to me in Mandos's halls, in that place where the dead wait for renewal or the world's ending. It is a place of judgment and reflection, where the deeds of the living are weighed and understood. What if the visions were not prophecy in the traditional sense, but rather a kind of warning, a showing of what might come to pass if certain patterns continue unchecked?" Olórin considered this carefully. "It would make sense," he said. "Mandos sees all that has been, and from the patterns of the past he might well perceive the shape of likely futures. If your visions came from him, or from that place of seeing, they might indeed be warnings rather than certainties. Which means," he added with growing excitement, "that our efforts are not futile. We are not struggling against fate itself, but working to alter the currents that might otherwise carry events toward darkness." "But then why did Mandos refuse to let me return?" Miriel asked, the old bitterness creeping back into her voice. "If he showed me these things as a warning, why would he not grant me the power to act upon them?" "Perhaps," Olórin suggested gently, "because your return would itself create complications that could not be easily resolved. The law that binds you is not arbitrary, but serves to preserve the sacred nature of the marriage bond. If you were to return while Finwë lives wed to Indis, what then? Would Finwë be torn between two wives? Would the household be divided even more deeply than it already is? Might your very presence, meant to heal, instead create fresh wounds?" Miriel fell silent, and Olórin could see the pain of recognition in her eyes. She knew he spoke truth, however much it hurt to acknowledge it. "Then I am to remain powerless," she said at last, "condemned to watch from a distance while others attempt what I should be doing myself." "Not powerless," Olórin corrected. "Your knowledge guides my actions, and through me, perhaps, some good may yet come. It is not the resolution you hoped for, I know, but it is something, and in the face of darkness, something is infinitely better than nothing." His words with Finrod had indeed borne some fruit, though not as swiftly or as fully as Olórin might have wished. The young prince had, after much deliberation, sought out Feanor and attempted to engage him in conversation about the nature and purpose of their crafts. The encounter had been awkward, stilted by Feanor's initial suspicion and Finrod's uncertainty. But it had happened, and though Feanor had not welcomed his nephew with open arms, neither had he rejected him outright. They had spoken of light, of the challenge of capturing and preserving it, of the way that beauty seemed always to slip through one's fingers, even as one tried to hold it fast. And for a brief moment, Olórin heard later from sources close to both princes, Feanor had seemed almost vulnerable, admitting to doubts and frustrations that he rarely voiced aloud. It was a small victory, fragile as new ice upon a pond, but it was something. Olórin nurtured it carefully, speaking with Finrod again afterward, encouraging him to persist in his overtures, to seek out Feanor not as a lesser seeking wisdom from a greater, but as one craftsman speaking with another about their shared passion. Yet even as these small shoots of hope began to emerge, a darker influence was spreading through the land. Melkor, who now called himself Morgoth, though few yet used that name, had indeed been released from his long imprisonment. He walked among the Noldor with a fair face and honeyed words, offering counsel and teaching that seemed at first helpful and enlightening. He spoke of the nature of power and the proper ordering of creation, of the rights of the strong and the necessity of greatness achieving its full potential. Olórin watched this with growing alarm, for he could see what others apparently could not. Beneath the fair words lay poison, subtle but potent. Melkor's teachings were designed to exalt the self above all else, to encourage pride and resentment, to suggest that the Valar hoarded knowledge and power that rightfully belonged to the Eldar. And nowhere did this poison find more fertile ground than in the heart of Feanor. The great craftsman had already possessed pride in abundance, but under Melkor's subtle encouragement, that pride began to transform into something darker. Olórin observed from a distance as Feanor's conversations with the fallen Valar grew more frequent and more intense. They would speak for hours about the nature of creation, about the secrets that might be wrested from the very substance of Arda itself, if one only had the courage and skill to reach for them. And it was after one such conversation that Feanor began his greatest work, the Silmarils. Miriel had spoken of them in her visions, 3 jewels that would capture the light of the two trees themselves, preserving it in crystalline perfection that would endure beyond all the ages of the world. Now, Olórin watched as the first steps toward their creation were taken, as Feanor gathered materials and began experiments that pushed the boundaries of what even elven craft had achieved. He felt torn between wonder and dread. On one hand, the Silmarils would be works of surpassing beauty, achievements that honored the Creator's gifts and brought new glory into the world. But on the other hand, they would become the focal point of obsession, the objects around which all the tragedy that Miriel had foreseen would crystallize. Should he try to prevent their creation? Could he even do so without revealing too much of what he knew? In the end, he decided that he could not. To interfere so directly would be to overstep the bounds of his role, to place his judgment above that of Feanor himself, and indeed above the larger purposes that might be working themselves out through these events. The Silmarils themselves were not evil after all. They were beautiful creations, fruits of legitimate gifts and skills. It was only the uses to which they would be put, the obsession they would inspire, that would bring darkness. Instead, Olórin redoubled his efforts to surround Feanor with voices of wisdom and moderation. He spoke with Fingolfin, encouraging the proud prince to seek reconciliation with his half-brother despite the coldness between them. He spent time with Finarfin, the gentlest and most thoughtful of Finwë's sons, helping him to understand how his very presence, even when words failed, could serve as a reminder of values deeper than pride or achievement. And he continued his work with Finrod, who was proving to be the most receptive and the most valuable of all his quiet allies. The young prince had a gift for seeing past surfaces to the heart of things, and he had begun to perceive in Feanor not just brilliance, but also pain, the loss of his mother, the sense of abandonment that had never healed, the desperate need to prove himself worthy of the gifts he had been given. All of this Finrod saw and understood, and in understanding, he was able to offer a form of companionship that asked for nothing in return, that simply was, steady and unwavering despite Feanor's occasional coldness. Yet for all these efforts, Olórin could feel the tide moving against him. Melkor's influence grew stronger with each passing day, and the divisions among the Noldor deepened. Arguments that once would have been simple disagreements about craft or policy now took on overtones of suspicion and resentment. Factions began to form, some aligned with Feanor's vision of the Noldor's destiny, others counseling patience and trust in the Valar's wisdom. It was during the making of the Silmarils that Olórin came to understand the true scope of his limitations. He had thought, in his optimism and his faith in the power of gentle intervention, that small changes might cascade into larger ones, that friendships carefully nurtured might serve as bulwarks against the tide of darkness. But as he watched Feanor work day and night on his great creation, pouring into the jewels not merely his skill but something of his very essence, Olórin began to perceive a truth that chilled him to his core. Some patterns, once set in motion, develop a momentum that cannot easily be turned aside, not because they are fated or inevitable in the absolute sense, but because the forces that drive them become so powerful, the choices that feed them so deeply ingrained in the nature of those who make them, that altering their course requires more than subtle influence. It requires transformation of a kind that must come from within and cannot be imposed from without. Feanor had become consumed by his work. The creation of the Silmarils was no longer merely a craft project, no matter how ambitious. It had become a quest, a proving ground for everything he believed about himself and his place in the order of creation. Into the jewels he poured not just the light of the two trees, captured through arts that none before him had mastered, but also his own pride, his own need to be first and greatest, his own desperate hunger for something that would endure beyond all the ages of the world and testify to his magnificence. And Melkor watched it all with satisfaction barely concealed. Olórin observed the Dark Valor's visits to Feanor's workshop, saw how he praised the craftsman's ambition while subtly stoking his fears. What would happen to the Silmarils when they were complete? Would the Valar seek to claim them, to add them to their own treasures? Would others attempt to steal them, or diminish their glory? Should not Feanor take steps to ensure that his creations remained forever in his possession, protected against all who might covet them? These whispers found fertile ground, and Olórin watched helplessly as Feanor's heart hardened around his great works even before they were completed. The openness that Finrod had briefly touched, the vulnerability that had shown through the cracks in Feanor's proud facade, sealed themselves over. The walls grew higher and thicker, until none could reach the elf prince's innermost heart. When at last the Silmarils were completed, their unveiling was an event that drew all the Noldor and many others besides. Olórin stood at the back of the great gathering, watching as Feanor held aloft the three jewels. Even from a distance, their beauty was almost painful to behold. They captured and held the light of Lorelin and Telperion in perfect balance, gold and silver mingling in a radiance that seemed to transcend the material. Looking upon them was like glimpsing the moment of creation itself, when light first sprang forth at the command of Ilúvatar. The assembled throng gasped in wonder, and even the Valar who had come to witness this achievement stood silent in admiration. For a moment, Olórin allowed himself to hope. Surely this triumph would satisfy Feanor, would fill the emptiness that drove him. Surely now he might soften, might turn away from the dark path that Melkor had been laying before him. But even as these thoughts formed, he saw Feanor's hands tighten possessively around the jewels. He saw the way the craftsman's eyes darted from face to face in the crowd, not with joy at sharing his creation, but with suspicion, as if already fearing that someone might try to take them from him. And he saw Melkor at the edge of the gathering, a smile of satisfaction playing across his fair features. That night, in the shadowed grove, Olórin reported all of this to Miriel. She listened in silence, her face growing ever more pale and drawn as he spoke. "It is beginning," she whispered when he had finished. "The Silmarils are made, and now all the rest will follow as I have seen it. The jealousy, the accusations, the hardening of hearts against one another. Not all is lost," Olórin insisted, though he could hear the uncertainty in his own voice. "Finrod still maintains his friendship with Feanor. Fingolfin makes attempts at reconciliation. There are still voices calling for peace and understanding among the Noldor. But Feanor listens only to one voice now," Miriel replied. "The voice that tells him what he wishes to hear, that feeds his pride and his fear in equal measure. Melkor has won him, Olórin. My son is lost to the darkness, and all my fears are coming to pass." The despair in her voice moved Olórin to a decision he had been contemplating but had hesitated to act upon. "Then perhaps," he said carefully, "it is time to speak more directly. Not to Feanor himself, for I agree that he would not hear us, but to others who might still be reached, who might yet serve as a counterweight to Melkor's influence." "Who did you have in mind?" Miriel asked. "Finwë," Olórin replied. "Your former husband, the High King of the Noldor. If anyone has the authority and the love necessary to reach Feanor, it is his father. And unlike the rest of us, Finwë is not constrained by the need to hide the source of his knowledge. He could speak plainly of his concerns without arousing suspicion about how he came by them." But Miriel shook her head vehemently. "No, you must not approach Finwë with this. If he learns that I have had these visions, if he discovers that I remain here trapped and suffering while he has found happiness with another, it will break his heart. Worse, it might drive a wedge between him and Indis, creating yet another source of division and pain." "Then what would you have me do?" Olórin asked, frustration creeping into his normally calm voice. "Every path seems blocked. Every intervention seems insufficient or fraught with dangers that might make matters worse. How am I to fulfill the task I have taken on when every option leads to complications I cannot foresee or control?" Miriel was silent for a long moment, and when she spoke again, her voice held a quality of acceptance that had not been there before. "Perhaps," she said slowly, We have been approaching this wrongly. We have been trying to prevent what I saw in my visions, to turn aside the darkness before it can fully take root. But what if that is not what we are meant to do? What if our task is not to prevent the tragedy, but to prepare for it? To ensure that when the darkness comes, there will be lights ready to push back against it. The suggestion struck Olórin with the force of revelation. It shifted his entire perspective on the problem, transforming it from an impossible task of prevention into something more manageable, more aligned with the nature of wisdom itself. "You mean," he said slowly, working through the implications, "that we should be strengthening those who will oppose Fëanor's madness when it manifests, rather than trying to prevent the madness itself?" "Yes," Miriel confirmed. "I have seen darkness coming, that much is certain, but I have also seen that not all the Noldor follow my son into exile and kinslaying. Some remain true to the Valar's wisdom. Some choose a different path. What if our purpose is to ensure that those voices of reason and restraint are as strong as possible when the moment of choice comes? What if we are meant to cultivate the light that will endure after the darkness has done its worst?" It was a profound shift in thinking, and Olórin felt as though a weight he had been carrying was redistributed, still present, but more bearable. "Then Finrod becomes even more important," he mused, "and Fingolfin, and Finarfin, and all those among the Noldor who value wisdom over pride, peace over glory." "Yes," Miriel agreed, "and perhaps there is another task as well. In my visions, I saw exile and long sorrow for those who followed Fëanor into rebellion, but I also saw moments of redemption, acts of courage and sacrifice that shone like stars in the darkness. Those moments came from elves who had learned hard wisdom through suffering, who had been tested and had found within themselves reserves of strength they did not know they possessed. Then suffering has a purpose," Olórin said quietly, "not because it is good in itself, but because of what can emerge from it when it is faced with courage and hope." "It is a hard teaching," Miriel acknowledged. "One that I myself have struggled to accept, but yes, I believe it to be true. And if it is true, then our task is not merely to prevent suffering, but to prepare people to meet it in ways that will bring forth good from evil, light from darkness." With this new understanding guiding his actions, Olórin's approach to his task transformed. Where before he had moved with hesitation, always worried about interfering too much or revealing too soon, now he acted with purpose, tempered by wisdom. He was no longer trying to prevent the inevitable, but rather preparing hearts and minds to face what was coming with courage and grace. It was, in its way, a more hopeful mission, for it acknowledged the reality of free will while still working toward good ends. He began to spend more time with those among the Noldor who showed the qualities that would be needed in the dark times ahead. Finrod remained his closest ally, though the young prince never fully understood the reasons for Olórin's interest in him. They would walk together through the gardens of Valinor, speaking of deep matters, the nature of friendship and loyalty, the difference between pride and proper self-respect, the ways in which beauty could be pursued without falling into possessiveness. "I have been thinking," Finrod said one day, as they paused beside a fountain whose waters sang in harmonies that shifted with the light, "about what it means to create. My uncle Fëanor creates from a need to prove himself, to demonstrate his mastery over materials and forces. But I wonder if there might be another way, a creating that comes from love of the thing itself, rather than desire for recognition. Tell me more." Olórin encouraged, pleased to see how Finrod's thoughts were developing along these lines without direct prompting. "Well," Finrod continued, his brow furrowed in concentration, "when I compose songs, I find the greatest joy, not in the moment when others praise my work, though I confess that praise is pleasant. Rather, it comes in the making itself, in the discovery of how one note might follow another, how words might be woven together to capture something true, and when the song is done, I feel no need to guard it jealously or prevent others from singing it. Indeed, I am happiest when others take my songs and make them their own, adding their own variations and interpretations." "That is wisdom," Olórin said warmly. "You have perceived something that many who are older and more learned have missed. Creation can flow from generosity rather than grasping, from love rather than pride. And what is created in such a spirit brings more lasting joy both to the maker and to those who encounter the work." They spoke long of such matters, and Olórin could see how these conversations strengthened something essential in Finrod's character. The young prince was developing an understanding of himself, and his purpose that would serve him well in trials to come. He would need that strength, Olórin knew, for in Muriel's visions, Finrod had featured prominently among those who chose the harder but wiser path when the moment of crisis arrived. But Finrod was not the only one who required such preparation. Olórin also sought out Fingolfin, the proud warrior prince who bore his own share of resentment toward Feanor. Here the approach had to be different, for Fingolfin's strengths lay not in contemplation but in action, not in songs but in the steadfast courage that would hold firm when others wavered. "You are troubled," Olórin observed one day, finding Fingolfin alone in one of the training yards where the Noldor practiced their martial skills, though what need they had for such skills in the peace of Valinor none could have said. Fingolfin looked up from the sword he had been examining, surprise crossing his features. "Am I so transparent, then, that even the Maiar can read my thoughts?" "Not your thoughts," Olórin replied gently, "but the weight you carry is visible to those who know how to look. You bear a burden that is not of your own making, yet you shoulder it nonetheless." The prince set down his sword with a sigh. "I love my half-brother," he said quietly. "For all his coldness toward me, for all his pride, and his refusal to acknowledge the worth of any save himself, I love him. He is family, bound to me by blood and history. Yet he makes that love so difficult. Every overture I make is rebuffed. Every attempt at reconciliation is met with suspicion or contempt. And I confess that my own pride is wounded by this. I am not without skill or worth, yet he treats me as though I were nothing." "Your love does you credit," Olórin said, "as does your willingness to continue reaching out despite the pain of rejection. But tell me, why do you persist? Why not simply accept the division between you and turn your attention elsewhere?" Fingolfin was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke, his voice held a quality of hard-won understanding. "Because some things are worth fighting for even when the fight seems hopeless. Family is one such thing. The unity of our people is another. If I give up, if I allow the gulf between Feanor and myself to widen unchecked, then I have failed not just him but all those who look to us for leadership. Even if your efforts seem to bear no fruit," Olórin pressed gently. "Even then," Fingolfin confirmed, "for the trying itself matters. The witness that some things are more important than personal pride or wounded feelings, that matters too." Olórin nodded, deeply moved by the strength of character these words revealed. "Remember this conviction," he said. "Remember it in days to come when the cost of such loyalty may prove higher than you can now imagine. For there will come a time when standing firm in the face of seemingly hopeless odds will be the difference between light enduring and darkness prevailing utterly." Fingolfin gave him a searching look. "You speak as one who has seen what is to come. Do you have knowledge that we lack, Olórin the Wise?" "I have understanding that comes from long observation," Olórin replied carefully, skirting the edge of full truth. "I see patterns in how people act and react, and I perceive where those patterns might lead if unchecked. But the future is not fixed, Fingolfin. Your choices matter. The courage you show now, the strength of character you develop through these trials, these will shape what is to come in ways that cannot be foreseen." He also spent time with Finarfin, gentlest of Finwë's sons, who seemed almost out of place among the proud and passionate Noldor. Finarfin had inherited much from his mother Indis, including her love of peace and her deep devotion to the Valar. Where Feanor saw the Valar as potential rivals, and Fingolfin viewed them with respect tinged by the desire to prove himself worthy in their eyes, Finarfin simply loved them with a child's uncomplicated trust. "Do you think me weak?" Finarfin asked Olórin one day, apparently continuing a conversation he had been having with himself. "My brothers are both so strong, so certain of themselves and their purposes. Feanor burns like fire, consuming all in his path. Fingolfin stands like stone, unmovable and enduring. But I am like water, finding the easiest path, flowing around obstacles rather than confronting them directly." "And do you think water weak?" Olórin replied. "Water shapes stone over time, wears down mountains, sustains all life. There is strength in flexibility, Finarfin. Strength in choosing peace when others choose conflict, in building when others tear down. But when crisis comes," Finarfin persisted, "when hard choices must be made, will such strength be enough? Or will I simply be swept along by stronger currents, unable to stand firm when firmness is required?" "That depends," Olórin said. on what you anchor yourself to. A tree that bends in the wind may seem weaker than one that stands rigid, but when the great storm comes, which one survives? The rigid one breaks, while the flexible one bends and then springs back. Your gentleness is not weakness, Finarfin. It is wisdom that understands there are many forms of strength, and the mightiest is not always the one that makes the most noise or burns the brightest. These conversations, these careful cultivations of character and wisdom, became Olórin's focus. He was planting seeds that might not flower for ages yet, preparing hearts that might need to draw on reserves of strength they did not yet know they possessed. And slowly, he began to see fruit from these labors. Finrod grew in wisdom and confidence, becoming a voice of reason among the younger Noldor. Fingolfin's attempts at reconciliation with Fëanor, though still rebuffed, took on a quality of patient endurance that was its own form of nobility. Finarfin found peace in his role as the gentle one, no longer questioning whether his nature was somehow inferior to his brother's fiercer temperaments. Yet even as these lights grew stronger, the darkness gathered more swiftly. Melkor's influence among the Noldor expanded beyond just Fëanor. He spoke to many, always with words carefully chosen to appeal to each listener's particular vulnerabilities. To some, he whispered of the Valar's supposed jealousy of elven achievements. To others, he hinted at dark purposes behind the restrictions placed upon their freedom to explore and create. Everywhere he went, he sowed seeds of doubt and discord, and the divisions among the Noldor deepened. What had begun as mere coolness between Fëanor and his half-brothers evolved into something approaching open hostility. Factions formed, some supporting Fëanor's increasingly radical calls for the Noldor to assert their independence from Valar oversight, others counseling patience and trust in the ancient wisdom. Arguments broke out in places that had known only harmony, and for the first time in the history of the Blessed Realm, armed elves faced one another with weapons drawn, though no blood was yet spilled. The crisis, when it came, arrived with a swiftness that left even those who had been expecting it reeling. Olórin was in the gardens of Lórien when the first reports reached him, brought by spirits who moved through Valinor, carrying news of catastrophe beyond comprehension. The two trees had been attacked, their light stolen and their trunks pierced by some terrible poison. Melkor, his true nature finally revealed beyond all disguising, had struck with the aid of a monstrous creature from the darkness beyond the world's edge, and the sources of light that had illuminated the Blessed Realm since its foundation now lay dying. He ran toward the trees, his heart pounding with dread and sorrow. Even from a distance he could see the terrible damage. Laurelin's golden boughs hung withered and blackened, her light dimming with each moment that passed. Telperion's silver flowers drooped and fell, their radiance guttering like candles in a wind. Around the trees gathered the Valar themselves, and with them many of the Eldar, all standing in stunned silence before this violation of the sacred. Olórin pushed through the crowd until he could see more clearly. Yavanna stood before Lórelin, her hands outstretched, tears streaming down her face as she poured all her power into attempting to heal the wounded tree. Nienna knelt beside Telperion, her grey robes pooling around her, her voice lifted in lamentation that seemed to give form to all the grief the world had ever known. But even their combined might could not undo what had been done. The trees were dying, and with them died the light that had been the glory of Valinor. Among the assembled Eldar stood Fëanor, and Olórin watched as the full realization of what had happened struck the proud craftsman like a physical blow. The light that he had captured in the Silmarils, the light that he had preserved through his art, was now the only place where the radiance of the trees remained. His creations had become not merely wonders, but necessities, the sole repositories of something that could never be recreated, once lost. Yavanna turned to Fëanor, her face haggard with effort and sorrow. "Your Silmarils," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "If you would give them to us, we might be able to use the light they contain to heal the trees, or at least to preserve some remnant of their power." For a long moment, Fëanor stood frozen, and Olórin could see the war being waged within his spirit. Here was the moment where everything hung in balance, where a single choice might alter the course of all that would follow. If Fëanor surrendered the Silmarils willingly, if he could find it within himself to sacrifice his greatest works for the good of all, then perhaps the darkest of the futures Miriel had foreseen might yet be avoided. But even as this hope flickered in Olórin's heart, he saw Fëanor's face harden. "The Silmarils are mine," the elf prince declared, his voice carrying clearly across the gathered assembly. "I made them with my own hands, poured into them my own essence. They are bound to me by ties that cannot be broken, and I will not surrender them, not even to heal the trees. For once given, they would be consumed and lost forever, and the light they contain would die with them." A gasp of shock and dismay rippled through the crowd. Even those who had supported Feanor in his conflicts with the Valar, who had listened sympathetically to his arguments about elven independence and the need for the Noldor to forge their own destiny, were taken aback by this refusal. To deny aid when the very sources of light in Valinor lay dying seemed a pride beyond all reason. But before anyone could respond, new word arrived that transformed shock into horror. Melkor had not been content merely to destroy the trees. In the confusion and darkness that followed the attack, he had come to Fëanor's dwelling and murdered Finwë, the High King of the Noldor, stealing the Silmarils that Fëanor had refused to surrender willingly. Olórin watched as the news struck Fëanor like a spear through the heart. In one terrible moment, the proud craftsman lost both his father and his greatest creations. The grief and rage that transformed his features was awful to behold, a fury so pure and terrible that even the Valar took a step back from its intensity. "I name him Morgoth," Fëanor cried out, his voice breaking with anguish and wrath combined. "The black enemy of the world, and I swear, by all that is sacred, by the name of Ilúvatar himself, that I will pursue him to the ends of Arda and beyond if need be. I will recover what was stolen from me, or I will perish in the attempt." And there, in that moment of unbearable pain and towering rage, the oath took shape. Fëanor's 7 sons gathered around him, and one by one they joined their voices to his, swearing a terrible vow that would bind them beyond death itself. They swore to pursue any who held the Silmarils, be they Valar or elf, demon or mortal. They swore to let no power, no law, no loyalty stand between them and the recovery of the jewels. They called down everlasting darkness upon themselves should they fail or falter in this quest. Olórin felt the weight of those words like a physical pressure, felt the way they twisted the very fabric of fate around themselves. This was no ordinary promise, but a binding that reached into the deepest structures of the music itself. And he knew with terrible certainty that all of Miriel's darkest visions were now locked into place, made inevitable by the power of words spoken in grief and rage. The days that followed the oath were ones of chaos and decision. Fëanor, no longer constrained by any tie of loyalty to the Valar who he felt had failed to protect his father or prevent the theft of his works, began to call for the Noldor to leave Valinor entirely. He spoke with the fire of prophecy and the passion of one who has lost everything, painting visions of a glorious future in Middle-earth, where the Eldar would rule as they were meant to, free from the Valar's oversight and restriction. Many were swayed by his words, the younger Noldor especially, who had grown restless in the unchanging peace of Valinor, heard in Fëanor's call an answer to yearnings they had not known how to express. They would go forth into the wider world. They would face Morgoth in his own realm. They would achieve deeds of valor and renown that would be remembered for all the ages of Arda. But not all were convinced. Olórin watched as the divisions he had seen forming over long years now crystallized into open schism. Finrod, his heart torn between loyalty to his people and the wisdom he had cultivated through his conversations with Olórin, stood before his father Finarfin and argued passionately for remaining in Valinor. "This oath is born of grief and rage," he pleaded. "It will bring only more grief, more rage, in an endless cycle. We must not allow pain to drive us into choices we will regret for all eternity." But even as he spoke, Olórin could see the pull of the greater host upon him. His friends were going, his cousins and companions. How could he remain behind in safety while they marched toward danger? Was that not cowardice, regardless of how wise the choice might seem? Finarfin himself faced a similar dilemma. Every instinct of his gentle nature rebelled against Fëanor's oath and the darkness it would bring. Yet, he was the father of sons who had chosen to go, and how could a father abandon his children, even when they chose unwisely? And Fingolfin, pride warring with wisdom in his heart, could not bear the thought of Fëanor leading the Noldor forth without him. If there was to be glory or doom, he would face it alongside his people, would not allow Fëanor to claim sole leadership of the Exodus simply by default of his absence. Olórin moved among them all in those terrible days, offering what counsel he could, but he felt the helplessness of one who watches a great wave building and knows that all the wisdom in the world cannot turn it aside once it has reached a certain height. He spoke with Finrod and saw the young prince's resolve crumbling under the weight of loyalty to his friends. He stood with Finarfin and felt the father's anguish at the impossible choice before him. He tried once more to reach Fingolfin, to convince him that staying behind was not weakness, but the truest courage, but the proud warrior would not be moved. "I go not for glory," Fingolfin told him, "but because I cannot let my people face this darkness without me. Someone must be there to balance Fëanor's fire with cooler counsel. Someone must remember what we are leaving behind, and hold that memory as a light in the darkness ahead." The departure of the Noldor from Valinor was a sight that would be seared into Olórin's memory for all the ages that followed. They went forth in their thousands, a host so great that the earth trembled beneath their marching feet. At their head rode Fëanor and his sons, their faces set toward Middle-earth with a determination that bordered on madness. Behind them came the followers who had bound themselves to Fëanor's cause, and behind them the reluctant ones who could not bear to abandon their people, even as they questioned the wisdom of the path they walked. Olórin stood at a high place and watched them go, his heart heavy with sorrow for all that this exodus would bring. He could see the divisions even within the host itself. Fëanor's people marched with fierce purpose, their weapons bright and their voices raised in songs of defiance. But Fingolfin's following moved more slowly, their songs tinged with regret for what they were leaving behind, their backward glances speaking of hearts not fully committed to the journey ahead. And then came the news that transformed tragedy into atrocity. At Alqualondë, the haven of the Teleri where the swan ships rested in their white harbours, Fëanor had demanded vessels to carry his host across the sea. When the Teleri, who loved their ships as the Noldor loved their crafts and would not surrender them for any purpose they deemed unwise, refused, Fëanor had taken them by force. The first kinslaying, Miriel had called it in her visions, and now Olórin understood the full horror of what that meant. Elf had slain elf, brother had raised weapon against brother, and the white shores of Alqualondë ran red with blood that should never have been spilled. The Teleri, peaceful folk who had known no war, died defending their beloved ships, and the Noldor who survived bore the stain of that slaughter upon their hands and hearts. When word of what had transpired reached Valinor, many of those who had followed Fëanor thus far turned back. Finarfin, gentle Finarfin, whose heart had always rebelled against the harshness of the oath and the darkness it would bring, could not bear the weight of this crime. He led his people back to Valinor, seeking forgiveness from the Valar and release from the doom that he saw clearly now awaited those who continued. But his sons, Finrod among them, chose differently. They had not participated in the kinslaying, had arrived too late to prevent it, but neither would they abandon the host entirely. They would go forward, bearing the burden of association with the crime, even as they had not committed it themselves, hoping somehow to serve as lights in the darkness that lay ahead. Olórin wept when he learned of Finrod's choice. All his careful cultivation, all the wisdom he had helped the young prince develop, and still Finrod had chosen this path. Yet, even in his sorrow, Olórin recognized that the choice was not made from the same darkness that drove Fëanor. Finrod went forward, not from pride or vengeance, but from a sense of duty to those who would need voices of wisdom and compassion in the trials ahead. It was a terrible choice, but perhaps not a wrong one, for all its cost. The doom of Mandos fell upon the departing Noldor as they pressed onward despite the kinslaying. The Valar whose halls Miriel had dwelt in, who had shown her the visions of what was to come, now spoke those visions aloud as prophecy and curse combined. The Noldor would win no lasting victory in Middle-earth, would find the Silmarils only to lose them again, would suffer betrayal from within and assault from without, and would know no peace until the world's ending, or until they returned in humility to seek the pardon they had spurned. The words fell like hammer blows upon the host, and many more turned back in that moment, unable to face the certainty of the doom pronounced upon them. But others, hardened by pride or driven by oaths already sworn, pressed forward into exile and darkness. In the shadowed grove, Olórin sat once more with Miriel, and for the first time since their acquaintance began, she was the one offering comfort rather than seeking it. "You did all that could be done," she told him as he struggled with feelings of failure and futility. "More than I dared hope when first we spoke. You strengthened those who would serve as lights in the darkness. You gave them wisdom and courage that they will carry into Middle-earth. That work was not in vain, Olórin, even though it did not prevent the tragedy from unfolding. But the kinslaying, Olórin said, his voice hollow with grief. The blood spilled, the oath sworn, all the darkness you foresaw has come to pass. What good were my efforts if I could not turn aside even the worst of what you saw? Look deeper, Miriel urged. Yes, the oath was sworn and the blood spilled, but how many turned back? How many chose wisdom over pride when the moment came? Finarfin returned, and with him many others who might have continued into greater darkness had they not been given the foundation of wisdom to recognize the path they were on. And of those who went forward, how many did so from duty rather than malice, from loyalty rather than revenge? Your work is in them, Olórin. Your work will flower in Middle-earth in ways we cannot yet foresee. She rose and moved to the dark fountain, but now its waters seemed less black than they had been, as if some measure of light had returned to them. I have been trapped here in despair for so long, she continued, convinced that my visions showed an unchangeable future, a doom that could not be avoided. But through working with you, I have come to understand something I should have grasped long ago. The future is not a single path, but many paths, branching and rebranching with every choice made. What I saw was the worst of possibilities, the darkness that would come if no light opposed it. But you have kindled lights, Olórin. Small flames perhaps, easily overlooked, but flames nonetheless. And in the darkness ahead, even the smallest light matters more than we can measure. Olórin felt something shift within him at her words, a letting go of the burden of responsibility he had taken upon himself. He could not prevent all sorrow, could not turn aside all darkness, but he could kindle lights, could strengthen those who would carry hope into places where hope seemed lost. That was enough. It had to be enough. What will you do now? Miriel asked. Will you remain here in Valinor, or will your path lead you elsewhere? I do not know, Olórin admitted. My heart tells me that this is not the end of my involvement in these matters, that the Noldor's fate in Middle-earth will touch me again. But I am not yet ready to leave the Blessed Realm. There is still much I need to learn, much I need to understand about the nature of hope and despair, of light and darkness. Then you will return to Nienna's halls? Miriel said. It was not a question, but a statement of understanding. You will learn more of suffering and how to bear it, of grief, and how it can be transformed into wisdom. Yes, Olórin confirmed, for I have seen now how even the wisest plans can go awry, how even the best intentions can lead to unexpected consequences. I need to understand these things more deeply if I am to serve the greater purposes that I sense, working themselves out through all these events. They stood together in companionable silence, two spirits who had shared a task that was both a failure and a success, depending on how one measured such things. The grove around them seemed lighter somehow, as if the very act of accepting what had happened, rather than raging against it, had lifted some of the oppressive shadow. Will you be released now? Olórin asked. Finwë is dead, slain by Morgoth. The law that bound you no longer applies. Miriel smiled sadly. Perhaps in time, but I find I am not ready yet to return. The wounds I bear go deeper than the mere prohibition that kept me here. I need to heal, to find peace with all that has transpired, before I can take up life again. And strangely, I find that this grove, which was my prison, has become something like a sanctuary. Here I can think and grieve and slowly come to terms with a son I love, but whose choices I cannot condone. Then I will visit you here, Olórin promised. When I return from Nienna's halls, we will speak again of these matters, for I sense that our paths are intertwined in ways that will continue long after these present sorrows have faded into memory. I would like that, Miriel said, and for the first time since Olórin had known her, she smiled with something approaching genuine peace. The ages turned in Valinor as they had since the beginning, though the rhythm of days had changed with the fading of the trees. Now the sun and moon, crafted from the last fruit and flower of Lorelin and Telperion, rose and set over the Blessed Realm, marking time in a way that had not existed before. Olórin marked these passages in his heart as he walked once more in Nienna's halls, learning lessons that would serve him in ways he could not yet foresee. He learned patience, first and foremost. The kind of patience that could span ages, that could work toward goals that might not be achieved for thousands upon thousands of years. He learned that not all victories were swift or obvious, that sometimes the greatest triumphs were barely visible to those who achieved them. A word spoken in the right moment, a kindness offered to one in despair, a light kindled in darkness. These things might seem small when measured against the great events of the world, but they mattered in ways that transcended immediate results. Nienna taught him about the nature of grief and how it could be transformed. Sorrow, she told him one day as they walked through her grey halls, is not something to be avoided or overcome, but rather something to be understood and accepted. It is the price we pay for love, for caring about things beyond ourselves. Those who would avoid all sorrow must also avoid all joy, must wall themselves off from connection and compassion. But those who can bear sorrow with grace, who can feel it fully and yet not be broken by it, they gain a wisdom that no amount of joy alone could teach. He thought often of Miriel when Nienna spoke of such things. The elven woman had been broken by her sorrow for a time, trapped in despair that seemed without end. But through their work together, through the act of doing something rather than merely grieving, she had found a path toward healing. Not a quick path, not an easy one, but a path nonetheless. And he thought of the Noldor in their exile, suffering under the doom of Mandos, facing trials and sorrows that would have destroyed lesser spirits. Word came to Valinor occasionally of what transpired in Middle-earth, carried by the Valar's far-seeing or by the few who travelled between the realms. The news was grim more often than not. The Noldor's war against Morgoth went badly. Fëanor himself had fallen in the early days, his fire burning too hot and too bright to be sustained. His sons continued their father's oath, and with each passing age, they fell deeper into the darkness that oath had spawned. But there were also tales of light amidst the shadow. Finrod had established a kingdom called Nargothrond, where wisdom and friendship were valued above conquest and glory. He had befriended the mortal men who came into Beleriand, teaching them and learning from them in turn. In his realm, something of the vision that Olórin had helped him develop in Valinor found expression, a place where creation flowed from generosity rather than grasping, where different peoples could meet in fellowship. And Fingolfin, for all the pride that had driven him into exile, had proven to be a king of remarkable courage and steadfastness. He held his people together through long years of siege and suffering, providing the steady leadership that Olórin had seen developing in him. When he finally fell, it was in single combat with Morgoth himself, a defiance so absolute and a courage so profound that even the Dark Lord would carry the scars of that encounter forever. These stories, told in Valinor as tales of distant sorrows and distant glories, took on deeper meaning for Olórin. He had known these people before their exile. He had spoken with them, walked with them, helped them develop the strengths that would sustain them in Middle-earth's darkness. His work had not prevented the tragedy, but it had shaped how they met that tragedy. And in the long accounting that mattered more than immediate outcomes, that made all the difference. Years passed, and then centuries, and then millennia. The first age of Middle-earth ran its course, ending in cataclysm as Morgoth was finally cast down and bound beyond the circles of the world. The Silmarils were recovered, but at such cost that their recovery seemed almost hollow. One remained in the sky, carried by Erendil, who sailed his ship among the stars. Another sank into the depths of the sea. The third was swallowed by the earth itself. Fëanor's great works endured, but scattered and forever beyond the reach of those who had sworn oaths to possess them. The Second Age began, and with it new sorrows. Sauron, Morgoth's greatest servant, rose to power and deceived the elves into forging rings that would bind them to his will. The kingdoms of men grew mighty, and then fell into darkness. Again and again, the pattern repeated. Light rising, and then failing. Hope kindled, and then dimmed. And through it all, Olórin remained in Valinor, learning and watching and understanding more deeply with each age that passed. He saw how the great music of creation continued to unfold, how even the discord introduced by Morgoth, and continued by Sauron, was being woven into a pattern that served purposes beyond any single will to control. The darkness was real, the suffering genuine, but they were not the final word. Light endured, even when reduced to the smallest spark. It was Manwë himself who finally called Olórin to consider a new task. The Lord of the Valar had watched the young Maia's development with interest, had noted how the tragedy of the Noldor's exile had shaped him without breaking him, had taught him lessons about hope and perseverance that few others had learned. The time is coming, Manwë told him, when the third age of Middle-earth will begin, and with it, a final confrontation with the darkness that Morgoth set in motion. And Sauron has continued. The Valar have decided to send emissaries to Middle-earth, not to rule or to command, but to counsel and encourage the free peoples in their struggle. You are counted among those who might undertake this mission. Olórin felt his heart quicken at these words, though fear mingled with the excitement. I am not strong, he said, not like Kurumo or LOTR or the others who might be chosen. My power is small, my skills modest. Yet you have something they lack, Manwë replied. You understand suffering because you have witnessed it intimately. You know how to kindle hope in hearts that have nearly given up. You have learned the value of small acts and patient work. These qualities may prove more valuable than raw power in the trials ahead. Olórin thought of Miriel, still dwelling in her grove though she had at last been offered the chance to return fully to life. She had chosen to remain for now, working as a healer among those who came to Valinor, bearing wounds of spirit that could not be easily mended. If I go, he said slowly, I will go not as a warrior or a king, but as a counselor and friend to those who will do the actual fighting and ruling. That is as it should be, Manwë confirmed. You will take the form of an old man, for age is respected among men and hobbits, and you will be called by various names in various lands. But whatever name you bear, your purpose will remain constant, to encourage, to counsel, to kindle hope in dark places. And so it came to pass that Olórin, who would be called Gandalf and many other names in the lands of Middle-earth, prepared to leave Valinor at last. Before his departure, he visited the shadowed grove one final time to say farewell to Miriel. She met him at the fountain, which now ran clear and bright, its waters singing of peace found and griefs transformed. So the time has come, she said, taking his hands in hers. You will go forth to do in Middle-earth what you could not fully do here in Valinor. I will try, Olórin said, though I go with no illusions that I can prevent all darkness or turn aside all tragedy. I have learned that lesson well. But you will kindle lights, Miriel said firmly. In the darkest places, you will remind people of hope. And when the final accounting is made, those lights will matter more than all the shadows that sought to extinguish them. This I know now with a certainty that even my visions of darkness could not shake. They embraced, two spirits who had shared in the shaping of each other's understanding, who had walked together through despair towards something resembling hope. Then Olórin turned and made his way toward the harbour, where a ship waited to carry him across the sea to the lands of mortality and struggle. As he sailed eastward, watching the shores of Valinor fade behind him, and the uncertain coasts of Middle-earth emerge ahead, Olórin carried with him all that he had learned. The patience of ages, the value of small kindnesses, the importance of hope maintained even when outcomes seemed hopeless. And above all, the understanding that his task was not to prevent all suffering or to force outcomes according to his will, but rather to walk alongside those who struggled, offering what light he could when darkness seemed overwhelming. He would be tested in the ages ahead, would face trials that would push him to the very limits of his strength and wisdom. But he would endure, for he had learned in Valinor's blessed gardens and Nienna's grey halls a truth that would sustain him through all trials, that even the smallest light matters in the darkness, and the work of kindling such lights is never wasted, no matter how insufficient it may seem when measured against the vast shadows of the world. Thus young Olórin, who would become Gandalf the Grey and later Gandalf the White, began his journey into Middle-earth, carrying hope, like a carefully tended flame, into the lands where night had fallen and dawn seemed far away.